You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've walked past that kitchen 1,000 times, and every time you've thought, someday. Well, this May, someday is now. Kitchen Magic in Nazareth is offering up to 30% off with financing options for every budget. We're a family-owned business that's been transforming local kitchens and bathrooms since 1979, and we'd love to transform yours. Stop putting it off. Visit kitchenmagic.com and finally get the kitchen you've always wanted.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. My friends at Bob's Little Sports Shop, they want to help you exercise your Second Amendment rights safely and confidently. Family owned and operated for more than 60 years, they'll help you from the permit application to choosing the right firearm for you. Ladies, sign up now for Bob's all-female shoot. Sunday, June 7th at 2 p.m. No firearms ID card or experience needed. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com. It's a great event and a great place. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
As Philly celebrates 250 years, it's a reminder that the businesses that last are the ones you can truly trust. That's why so many families rely on United Tire and Service. When it comes to your car, you deserve honesty, clear explanations, and no pressure. Just experienced mechanics who tell you what you need, what can wait, and get the job done right. With more of us keeping our cars longer than ever, having a team you trust really matters. Visit UnitedTire.com or your locally owned United Tire. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
While in the line at the grocery store, crash-proof consumer Rob Lukens met a neighbor concerned about their retirement future.
I was standing in the checkout line at a grocery store, and people were complaining about the food costs. And I happened to turn to somebody, and I heard them talking to a person behind them about their 401k. I said, "What do you do?" And they looked at me with a blank stare, and they said, "There's not much I can do." And I said, "That's sad. Can you imagine if the market goes down, that you wouldn't lose any money?" And the guy laughed and said, "That doesn't exist." And I said, "It does exist. It's a program called Crash Proof. I have not lost a penny. My wife and I are averaging over 8% a year." I wrote down the phone number and I said, "Call," because the earlier you start, the more money you're going to save.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing, and ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at tricountytoyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $490 doc fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Hose. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethose.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not 1, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait. The risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. Legacybox.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, it's a matter of time. It's the busiest primary day. Yesterday is behind us with elections in 6 different states, including here in Pennsylvania. And the power of President Trump was proven. What does it mean, and what is the real cost of some of the primaries and the victories that President Trump is declaring with his endorsed candidates? And then here in Pennsylvania, some Democrats in key races counted on the coattails of Governor Josh Shapiro. What can we read in with regard to that? So now that the primary is behind us, we look to November. Congratulations. At the top here, I will say congratulations to Stacey Garrity, who's obviously a angel of the day. You won't hear anybody else say this as we bring in Linda Kearns, our great executive producer, Dan Borowski, who's probably exhausted after that big 3, which was extensive. So thank you, Dan. But you won't hear anybody else mentioning in the so-called mainstream media the incredible military service of our Pennsylvania State Treasurer, Stacey Garrity. Just want to point this omission out. That she was known Angel of the Desert for her service and her military service, which was quite incredible. And she's a decorated military veteran. I just challenge you, when you hear the reporting about her moving forward, you're not going to hear that, and you probably haven't heard that much in the headlines. Linda Kearns, great to have you here in person.
Good morning, Dawn. And I'm sorry I interrupted earlier today when I called in to yell at Greg, because it had to be done.
Yes.
He's
took
ridiculous.
over your big 3. Spank.
I know,
Spank.
Dawn. I felt bad by
No,
she had
don't.
so many important things to say, but he's intellectually lazy with his disses at Elvis, and I told I told him what he needs to do if he wants me to donate, and he seems to can't help himself. So,
wow. Well, it's just not. He loves rock and roll. I think I don't know. He just is not an Elvis.
Okay, well, what about why can't he when he's so mean about lawyers? Why can't he say except Linda Kearns? How hard would that be?
That's right. Like a little, like a little Tinkerbell, like like a little, like.
It's my station. I will do and say what I want. How about them apples?
Oh no! How are you? So please, I can't wait. Linda was texting us saying, so you were stuck at one polling.
I was at a polling place. So Dawn, for many years, that I represented the RNC, the candidates, and after 24, I said, you know what, enough with that. It's just, I'm going to just retire from that. And I decided to be a good citizen, and I ran for poll worker in my election district, which I'll say is in Center City. I won't say exactly where. Mm-hmm. And I became the minority inspector. So yesterday was my first election. I didn't tell anybody who I was. I just went in there. And I had gone to the training that the city gives you. You had to go down to Columbus Boulevard for that. I went to that. I didn't tell anybody who I was. Afterwards, though, I did have to call the commissioner's office and with a list of things that they were saying at the training that was wrong. But yeah. But I went to my polling place yesterday, and Dawn, it was quite the experience, because for how many years have I been recruiting people to go to their polling places, either as poll watchers or poll workers, and training people.
Yeah.
And to have to sit there and do it. So I got there around 6:15 a.m. And one of the big problems we have here in Philadelphia and in other polling places in Pennsylvania is something called electioneering, where they're shilling for candidates and they're getting too close or doing it inside the polling place, because under Pennsylvania law, the polling place is a sanctuary. There's supposed to be no political talk. If you go into the polling place, you're not supposed to see any campaign material. You're not supposed to hear about campaigns.
What was that?
That was when Kenny declared.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry. Different kind of sanctuary we're talking about.
Yeah. So I try to put him out of my mind,
really,
right? With that. Remember that when he was doing his dance? And,
ridiculous.
Prosecco.
So the polling place I was in Philadelphia, our polling places are in community rooms, schools, sometimes
churches,
businesses, sometimes people's residences. So ours was in a community room, and we had a table where you checked in, and that's where I sat, and then the voting machines were next to me. So as we're setting up, I see the judge of elections, who was great. She really knew what she was doing, but she set up this blue tape. Like she measured 15 feet, and then she put a blue tape 15 feet from the polling place. Mm-hmm. And I said, what are you doing? And she said, well, no, any of the electioneering can't come past that. And I said, no, they have to be 10 feet from the door. The door's over there. Okay. And she said, no. She said, I called the commissioner's office. They had a schematic. They know what this polling place looks at. They told me to just put this blue line 15 feet. So then the next thing I know, there must have been 3 or 4 Democrats. One of them had on this vest that said Democratic committee person. Mm-hmm. And as all these people came into the polling place, they were giving them their materials, and they were saying, vote for this person, vote for that person. By the way, Chris Robb had somebody there who was very loud and obnoxious. But these people were 15 feet from where, in a room.
Inside.
Yes. Yeah. All she did was she put a blue line 15 feet, like as they were closer than Dan is to me right now. And I'm looking at this, and she said she called the commissioner's office. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, no, this is not what the law says. And,
well, they probably told her like 15 feet, but they meant outside.
No, they said they had a schematic of the room. Oh. And because when you go out the door, there was the hallway to the elevators, they said they can just be 15 feet from the desk. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, this is not right. And if it would have been 24, I had a hotline set up and everything. So, I would have called the hotline, but there was no one to call. There was no hotline. And I'm getting more and more aggravated by this because they're talking very loudly. And that's not what's supposed to happen, Dawn. You're supposed to come into a polling place and feel free to vote for whoever you want. Well, yada, yada, yada. It got fixed, but it was a big fiasco because I contacted the commissioner's office, and the next thing you know, Seth Bluestein, the Republican commissioner, He shows up. Now, I'm trying to be on the down low. I'm trying to be like, I didn't call it in. Like, I'm just sitting there. And I hear him tell these people that there's a, there was a complaint. And then they say, well, we've been standing here for 30 years. Oh. And I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, probably because there hasn't been a Republican in this polling place for 30 years. And he tells them that they have to go outside. And they were so angry. I hear them talking like they want a lawyer, yada, yada, yada. But he did make them go outside, and I could hear them. Every time a voter came in, I could hear them say, oh, I know we used to be inside, but there was a complaint, and we had to be out. We have to stand out here. So a little later, I talked to Seth, and because when Seth came in, he also then introduced himself to us, and I just shook his hand, and I said, hi, I'm Linda Kearns, because, again, I just wanted to sit there and check people in. I didn't want people to say, oh, she was Trump's attorney and the RNC attorney. So I'm thinking I'm totally like incognito. Well, Seth says, Linda.
Uh-oh.
They all Googled you. They know exactly who you are. They all told me they know
out
you're
of the closet, Missy.
Whoopsies.
They said, well, she works for Trump, and I think Seth had to tell him, no, she's a minority inspector. Like, she's not representing anybody right now. So I tried to be on the down low, Dawn, but I tried. I don't want to be known, but I guess there's Google.
Mm-hmm. Did they come after you?
I was
once they knew who you were?
No, but they were not happy about it. And I kept hear them, I could hear them because they were still outside. Like, they were outside, so I could, and, if I got up to go to the bathroom, I could hear them. They were not happy. So, but this just reinforces that this is why we spend so much time and effort to get people in polling places. And had I not been there, which, that was kind of a fluke, like I ran for it, no one else ran for it, then, and you heard me say that they said they've been doing it that way for 30 years. And I will tell you, this Chris Robb guy, he had one of his guys there. And they are aggressive. Those people, he was giving everybody one of his little leaflets, and he was coming in the polling place, and I said, you are not permitted in this polling place. You don't have a poll watcher certificate. And he said, well, I'm just here to say hi. And I said, it's not permitted under the law. So if I wasn't there, and if all
you should be the sheriff.
But if all of those people that we recruited in 24, all those poll watchers and all those Republican poll workers that we trained weren't in those polling places, this is the stuff that goes on. This is why it's so important. And I hope everybody listening says, you know what? Yeah. Even if Stacey Garrity doesn't have the money to have a big recruitment effort, like, I'm going to call my local polling place. I'm going to call my local party and see if I can go sit in a polling place.
Just volunteer.
Yes.
So this is Linda's call to action for all of us. Here it is. And I think we need some boots. We need like a whip. Like, there's a new sheriff in town. What do you think? Maybe not the whip.
But Dawn, this is why it's so important. Because there are so many downstream consequences to what happened yesterday. Because imagine if we didn't have a lot of Republicans because, I'm in Center City. Yeah. There's just not a lot of Republicans. But imagine, they come in, they feel intimidated. Imagine one of them then goes on social media and says, like, I could barely even vote because all the Chris Robb's people were in my polling place. And then someone else says, well, I'm not going to go if it's like that. And then it hurts turnout. So it's not just that
not
one.
A big turnout.
Yeah. But it hurts turnout when people complain about what's going on in polling places, which is why we need people there so our voters know that we're watching. Yeah, what we're going to say, Dan?
New recruits.
No, are they allowed to ask you directly who are you voting for when you're sitting in line?
No.
Okay.
No, and the law is very clear. And,
were they doing that there? Because my thing is, with Chris Robb's people, I've noticed a lot online that they are argumentative as hell.
That they're more aggressive.
And they're more aggressive. My concern as a voter going to something like this, and this might deter me from the polls, is showing up there and having someone like Chris Robb's guy come up to me and say, hey, who are you voting for? If I mention the Republican, then getting into a loud debate with the person.
So under Pennsylvania law, that's supposed to happen 10 feet outside the polling place.
Now, I will say this. I'll just give a shout out because my regular polling place, which is right across from my parish, OMC, it's St. Paul's Episcopal Church. They're wonderful. I mean, they really are. They follow all the rules. People were very nice outside. They were giving out pamphlets and stuff, but nobody was aggressive. And they had all the representatives. And then you go inside, and It must just be Chestnut Hill. I think they know. I don't know how many registered Republicans are even there.
Right.
But so it's very low key. But those volunteers, thank you because they do a great job.
There's 1,700 polling places in Philadelphia.
That's
so
amazing.
If yours is good, that's
mine
great.
Is great. Yeah.
But mine is not, and I'm in Center City, and this is a problem because now we have mail ballots, and if if someone's not there watching, there are rules to follow. If you look at the poll book and it says that they have a mail ballot, and if there's not somebody there enforcing those rules, you don't want someone voting on the machine if they already return a mail ballot. You want them to follow the procedures, and that's why it's so important to have people in polling places. And I will tell you, I was exhausted. Like I got there at 6:15. I didn't get home until I think like 10:30 because you have to wait till the police come at the end of the night because the police go to each polling place to get the materials and bring it back to the commissioner's office. So it's a really long day. It's a huge sacrifice. I know what I'm asking of people. I knew what I was asking of people in 24 when I asked it of them. Now that I've done it, I feel like I know even more. But I knew already. I knew what this is like. But it's so important, yes. And this is how we just keep elections safe, and we let our voters know that we are watching.
And there is integrity, election integrity. Hey, Linda, Trucker Jim has a question about his ballot.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I was just wondering about, like, my ballot when I went voting yesterday. The vote, it had a line there. It said 18. You can only vote for 18. And in that, it said 9 men and 9 women. You ever hear anything like that?
Okay, so are you in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Bucks County.
Okay, and you're a Republican?
Yes.
Okay, so I've actually had some listeners call my office about this. I know that sounds weird that we're dividing it by gender, but that's how state committee is. Like you get this many votes for the women candidates and this many for the men because the way that it's designed, the Republican state committee, is that they want men and women on it. So yes, that's why it says that. That's perfectly fine for it to say that because that's the bylaws of the Republican State Committee. And the Republican State Committee, you vote for those people, and they're the ones who vote to endorse and vote how, their money is spent and so forth. So that's what you were voting for.
Okay, I understand that. But it just seemed a little weird, them telling you how to vote.
Well, you know what? And I see, and that's a messaging problem. Like, why are they not getting that message out there? Because you're not the only one who's asked me that. Some listeners would look up my number and call my office because they thought, like, how could they tell me to only vote for a man or a woman? So it's
that's exactly right.
I know.
I'm not the only one.
And you absolutely are not, and I'm glad you asked the question because I bet a lot of other people are wondering, and that's just how the bylaws are designed, that they want parity on the Republican State Committee, men and women. So that's why it says that.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for voting, and that's a good question. On mine, Linda, because I'm in the city of Philadelphia, so mine said is the member of Republican State Committee, 3rd and 5th District, vote for not more than 5, 3 male, 2 female.
Right. So he's in a different
district. He's in Bucks. I'm in Philadelphia.
And the state committee members are elected from all over the Commonwealth. So
there were only 2 women, and it was Marilyn Murray and Denise Fury,
right.
I should say.
Yeah.
And then I did vote for John McCauley, but then there were 4 men.
Right. So
that you could do.
I think in Philly, there was more on the ballot than you could vote for. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's only the amount of people on the ballot that you can vote for. That's unfortunate because I do think we should have a choice. But, not everyone wants to run for these positions.
Yeah.
So, and Dawn, thank you. Thank you for voting because it was very low turnout. Again, where are all those people that showed up in 24? I don't get it. It's, one of my brothers texted me this morning and said, when I was on my way to Wawa and past my polling place, it didn't look very busy. And he just does that to bug me.
Yes.
To say, I passed my... To see, Dan...
Did he follow it up with an anti-Elvis text?
No, but... Jeez, you really know how to get on my last nerve, Dan.
Oh.
But I just... It's so important. In Philly, there was ballot questions. And I don't even remember the wording, but it was basically, should we spend more money on this? That's basically the ballot question. Whenever you see a ballot question in Philadelphia, That's what it is. Should we spend more of your money on this?
Dawn, text me those pictures.
Yep, I'll text them.
And those ballot questions won because people don't show up, people don't understand, and they're written in a way where it sounds like such a great idea,
Yes.
but it's basically, should we spend more of your hard-earned money on this?
I sent them to both of you. So number one is both of them are proposing charter changes, and I texted you both. If you want to pick it up.
One was about creating a retirement savings board.
Yes.
And then the other one was a youth ombudsperson. And I'm looking at these questions like Philadelphia can't even fill the pothole. Like, let's do that before we worry about a youth. And am I saying that word right? Ombudsperson.
Youths. Ombudsperson.
And a retirement plan. Hey, that sounds great. If we had all of our problems solved, if I wasn't afraid to walk outside my house, if I wasn't getting accosted by very aggressive homeless people, like when I walk a block, maybe I would say, sure, let's do these cute little ideas. But until we get that under control, until I feel safe in Philadelphia, I don't want them spending money on anything else. So
yeah, I would agree with that we don't even have HVAC for our schools. We have nearly 60 schools, tens of thousands of kids. They're remote learning today, and then they were off yesterday. And we just came out of the pandemic, and we've talked all the stats, which are awful, that we don't serve our kids better, and we've got asbestos. And Linda, the fact that we don't have HVAC in all nearly 60 schools, that's crazy.
But that's the way our charter works. The city council can get these questions on the ballot. They put it on in a primary when they know it's very low turnout. And then there's Democrats standing in your polling place saying, vote yes on the questions. And people say, okay, great.
Those are the questions. Do you see them? Do you have a monitor there, Linda?
Yeah, I do.
There they are.
And they word them so they sound great. But I think they should start off with is, we are going to use your money to do this project, and then write the question. And maybe if they wrote it like that, maybe more people would be like, okay, maybe
or maybe not.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'll tell you what, if I were Uber, if I owned those rideshare companies, this would be a great tactic for the those who operate, is to say, you know what, we are going to pay for HVAC for all of these schools. It would probably cost them less than the tax that's being proposed.
Yeah, and I've heard you say, the tax isn't a big deal. I think it is. I think it is a big deal. I think every time you add a tax, then what's going to happen is next year she's going to say should be $2, and next year it should be $3. And I've heard you say only rich people take Uber, but I don't think they've done studies, like some people, especially if you don't have bus lines near your house, or you're late to go somewhere, or you don't have transportation otherwise, lower income people take Uber. And
then she should give them a token like the school kids get. Then give them a token.
But then we pay for that.
Yeah, but I'm just... Here's the thing that I will give Sherelle Parker, and that is, she inherited an extraordinary hot mess. Dan played that Jim Kenney clip where I just shudder when I hear that. Oh my God, I don't know what the heck.
It was horrible. She did.
And his commissioner, the police. I mean, it was a disaster. And so I will give her a lot of credit. That not only did she inherit that hot mess, it was basically, it would have been better off if nobody had been mayor. It probably would have been better. And they had crowdsourcing. Community block captains could have just worked together and run the city. Seriously, better than that hot mess.
I agree with you. And you're right. She is doing a little bit better, but this city has real problems. It's going to continue to have real problems. And name one Democratic-run city in the United States of America, in the history of the United States of America, that is run well. They're not.
But Linda, we're better than, think about our counterparts. And New York City is huge, obviously, but I would say we're better run than, look at New York City, look at Chicago is another great example. That they are still a disaster. They still have more crime and major problems. She has been at least able to work with the police. Like, I think Kevin Bethel, our police commissioner, I think does a terrific job. And behind the scenes, They do work with federal and state law enforcement, even though that's not publicized. And then as well, working with the business community. And as well, I think what's happening is, I do believe that, and Greg Stocker mentioned Bob Brady. So you have this situation where you have leadership right now that is more old school, like the Democrat Party of working people and working class. I think that's more aligned with what Mayor Parker is aligned with. But she has to kind of straddle a situation where you have the Democrat Party being ripped apart by these far left, I call them cray-cray, far left, progressive, socialist, communists. And so she has to kind of grapple between her own party being ripped apart and not serving the people within a city.
And what's going to happen with this Chris Robb? We're sending a socialist to Congress. And in 2028, the Democrat platform, some of these things that seem so far left and crazy are going to be part of their platform, this socialism stuff, because they need to bring those voters in. And it's very scary. And I hope that this is a huge wake-up call. That is very, very scary for people who just want to just work and keep the government out of their lives.
I even wonder if we will, because we're seeing both political parties evolving and changing, but I wonder even if the Democrat Party will, if they're on track to lose the African-American vote. You think of John Alante, you think of different, more prominent African-Americans standing up against a party that has completely taken their vote for granted. And I wonder if the school issues would be part of that we have, these really crappy schools. They don't serve our kids. Our kids in Philadelphia, 80+% in the so-called black and brown community. So let's look at it. Unlike white suburban kids, we don't have a school bus, that yellow school bus that basically drops your kids off basically to your front doorstep. We don't even have that.
I know, they take SEPTA.
Hey, you black and brown kids. That's basically what it is. It's like, you can take a SEPTA bus that's a urine stained, smelly, whatever SEPTA, with a bus driver that's terrified and behind plexiglass.
And just the thought of putting a child on a SEPTA bus and not on a school bus that's hopefully
not
safer.
Safe.
I know.
I mean, so we don't even hold our greatest investment, our future as Americans, our children, right? The future. And what do we do in Philadelphia? Like you're saying, how do you let in their middle school and high school and just say, yep, you go for it, and you roll the dice and go on SEPTA?
It's a problem.
Huge problem. It's so unsafe that the state had to take over with the prosecutions, and they don't even trust Krasner to prosecute those criminals targeting people on children and so on SEPTA.
I know.
Right? So to me, I think that's a huge issue. But
how dare you
Mayor
tell
Parker.
me, as mayor of this city, to tell the people in this city that we cannot and should not enact what is one of the most limited powers that we have. And that is to decide how we will drive revenue to the school district of Philadelphia.
So get it sponsored. What would she do now if Uber and rideshare services pulled in and said, hey, Philadelphia, these 57 schools, we're going to pay Marvin E. Cans. We're going to bring Marvin E. Cans, give him a big HVAC contract, right?
I think that's a great idea.
And sponsor it and make it a wonderful thing. It would take care of that. How about that? I love it. Who's in there with you?
I don't know. This guy came in.
There's somebody in there. I don't even know what's happening.
I don't know.
All right, let's take a break because
he came in. He has sandwiches, and I was like, okay,
gosh,
I don't know.
This is crazy.
I know.
All right,
you never know what's going to happen here. Maybe Greg did it. Maybe Greg's just trying to throw me off.
He's trying to bring in deliveries to suck up to Linda Kearns. This is nice. This is sweet. I like it, Greg Stocker. All right, it's the Dawn Show. 855-839-1210. We have a lot that we'll bring to you. All the highlights, the lowlights. We'll talk Trump. We'll talk election and other stuff too. Be right back.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zeoli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to InvestorSchooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to InvestorSchooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, InvestorSchooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Is life insurance still on your list of New Year's resolutions? Now is the perfect time to add it. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Make growing your savings part of your summer plans. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 8-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Or choose our 18-month option and earn 3.4% annual percentage yield. Explore all your options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Philadelphia, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists, just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all, training, payroll, and support, so you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Philly families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 267-489-1601. That's 267-489-1601. Call now. 267-489-1601. 267-489-1601.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
You've heard me talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, but did you know they also repair screens? Right now they have some fantastic spring specials just for you going on. The screen repairs are so important. Keep those mosquitoes and the bugs and the flies out of the house. So screen repairs start at just $30. And when you repair 3 screens, you get 1 free. And you can mix and match, of course, window and patio door screens. But what about this? Here's a 50% savings if you're willing to bring them in yourself. Bring screens in yourself, up to 30 screens into their beautiful showroom there in Westchester. And they're going to have them ready for pickup. That's up to 30 screens for just $750, all redone and fixed and beautiful. So whether they come to you or you come to them, Chapman's team, they handle everything with such incredible care, such precision. Let the fresh air in this spring. Enjoy the view. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they do it all. You can call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You subscribe to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Oh, we're having some fun. We have a special visitor in the studio with Linda in Studio A there.
Very special.
Look at this.
I was not expecting this at all.
I know. Well, I'm not a professional. I didn't go to journalism. And so this guy just appears here, and I'm like, well, what do I do?
And we're like, it's Frank.
So look at concern on your face, but we all know Frank is South Philly around here.
I know. Well, I joke about Greg, but I'm a little afraid of him. And all I could think of was if I start randomly talking to some guy when I'm supposed to be on the air, Greg's going to be like,
actually,
Linda,
this guy was brought in by Greg to just stare at you the rest of the show. Cross his arms and just
Frank.
menacingly stare.
Hi, Frank.
All right, pleasure meeting you today on a surprise visit.
So you've never met Linda in person.
No, I didn't.
And you've never met Tony Bruno in person.
You've never met Tony?
Not in person.
Correct. That is correct.
Well, you came here with goodies. I could smell them. So what are these goodies that you brought?
Well, at first I was going to put a lost and found slip on Tony because he wasn't up here.
Yeah,
I don't know where he is.
He can't live here.
Since he's not here, he'll be back on the 3 o'clock show, and he'll have a taste of homemade gabagool that I sliced up real quick, because I'm quick in doing things. Homemade gabagool, we got superside in there, and the cheese there that I have a small amount cut it. It was from Italy, Calabria, Italy. That I was born over there, and I came in the United States at 6 years old.
Oh, see, Dan has it up on the YouTube. Wow.
The cheese is made right there in that hometown of Calabria.
You think Tony would be angry if I opened this and started eating it?
No.
Well, he's not here.
He's not here. Well,
wait, can you tell me, because I remember from watching The Sopranos, Tony Soprano, you just talk about gabagool. What is it? I don't even know what it is.
Gabagool is aged for 8 weeks. I age it for 8 weeks.
What kind of meat is it?
It's pork.
Okay.
Pork, and you salt at the outside portion.
So it's like a sausage.
It's not ground or anything like that. It's one piece of meat from the butt.
Okay.
And it's salted on the outside, and the season that you like, whether it's paprika, cayenne pepper, whatever. But the salt is the main ingredients on that.
Gotcha.
Then it gets stuffed into which we call the casings, what we call the casings, and then you have to hang it for 8 weeks. Temperature has to be like from 45 to maybe 55 degrees. Only in the wintertime we do that.
So this is the real deal.
Exactly.
And the other thing.
Wait, Dan had a question.
I got a quick question though, Frank. Are you smoking the gabagools that are going up on the pole for the Italian Market Festival?
No, we don't smoke none of that.
Aw.
Even though I do.
Did you climb the pole?
Climb the pole. I was 73 years old, man. I can't even look up at the pole. How high it is, you know.
We had fun with it yesterday.
But yeah, when you taste that cheese, I haven't tasted the past 5 years. I've been getting it because they just imported from Italy, from my hometown, and Jetro has it down here at the market.
So the big one or the small ones?
No, they're only about 3 pounds, 4 pounds. It's all it is. It's a wheel, about 3-4 pounds.
Gotcha.
And it's coated where you could cut so much of it, and then you turn around and eat it as you which one. Just pick one. But I never tasted cheese like that my entire life. And
I'm going to open this.
Dan, we're opening that. We're not saying. Is it okay with you?
Dawn, you want to give it a try too?
Tony's listening. He's probably going to run back here to the station to protect his gabagool.
Wait, you mentioned
Don't touch my
wine.
gabagool. Don't touch.
You didn't bring wine, so I am a little disappointed on our first meeting that you didn't bring me wine.
Well, here's what you do then, Lynn.
Okay, what kind of wine should you drink with that?
Well,
red.
I usually like the white wine that I make also.
You
red
make
and white.
wine?
Yeah, I make wine.
Oh, this
also.
guy can come back any time. Put his name downstairs.
That's how we knew you were going to love Frank in South Philly.
And I'll give you another secret that we also, my wife also, we jar gravy. And Dom Giordano was down at my house last year looking at it. We took a couple pictures, but he came a day too late because I had mentioned to his wife that we was going to do it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Depending, we had 1,100 pounds of plum tomatoes that we did.
Where do you get the tomatoes?
In Jersey. It's a farm that we pick up the tomatoes.
Wow. Jersey fresh, that they're good tomatoes.
I have my
Dan's walking around with the tray. So you
Tony
buy
Bruno,
them?
I don't know. Tone better come back and rescue his gabagool. I mean, I'm just saying.
You get the tomatoes from Jersey.
Correct.
And then you make your own. I call it spaghetti sauce.
But let's stop you there, right there. It's not sauce. It's gravy.
Uh-oh.
It's gravy. We got a war here. Not a war, but I'm going to invite you guys. I invited Dom Giordano last year. Him and his wife came down. But like I say, he came a day too late. We were done by Saturday. But we had 1,100 pounds of tomatoes.
But so I like red wine. I like Cabernet usually.
Okay. I usually make the Merlot.
You're a fan.
Okay, I like Merlot too.
Yeah, well,
all right.
Cheese is wonderful.
So what do you have to do? Like save bottles from? Do people save bottles for you? Like where do you get the bottles?
Well, some will save bottles, rinse them out, then we sterilize them.
Right.
But then I also buy brand new bottles.
Gotcha.
And I like to bottle my wines in clear bottles. I don't like the colored bottles.
Frankie made us some white wine to celebrate the baby. It was
Pinot Grigio white. I made
our wedding. It was great.
Wow.
The gravy,
really
though,
so
we do a hell of a job over here.
So then, do you just eat that all winter? Is that?
Yeah, we dry it and it preserves. You could keep gravy in jars preserved for at least 3 to 4 years.
Oh wow.
The super salt gabagool, you can keep it in oil. We keep it in buckets of oil, and that preserves up to 5 years. But you have to change the oil.
You saying this meat's 5 years old that I'm eating?
No.
Okay, I'm going to take a bite.
Beautifully aged.
Hey Dan, that's last year's. That's this past winter that we did.
No, this is really good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's really good.
They are surprised you're eating, Dawn.
I know.
In chat.
Yeah. Now the super side, that meat has to be ground. It is also pork, but the gabagool and also prosciutto does not have to get grind. We solid piece of meat.
Delicious.
Do the process and hang it. Gabagool is hung up for 8 weeks, which I do, but some do it like maybe 7. Some will do it 10, but I wouldn't recommend 10 because it comes out harder.
Where do you get the grapes for the wine?
The grapes is 2 places you could get. One is in Hamilton, New Jersey. It's Pinto Brothers up there. And then the other one's Procacci's down here on Patterson Avenue. You could pick up the grapes, or you could pick up the or deliver if you want the juice. They come in 5-gallon buckets, but that's a
I feel
process.
like that's cheating if you get the juice.
I got to tell you, I've been to Italy like a bunch of times. I never heard them call it gravy there.
Okay, you know why?
Why? Because they don't.
Northern part makes a lot of sauce, so you would. But in southern Italy, like Calabria, my hometown, they're more or less homegrown people, like southern people over here, where it's all gravy that they make.
Is that where you were born?
I was born in Italy, but Ballolato, Calabria, Italy. That's where it was a little town. There's only about 150. I went there 2 years ago, and from Italy we flew. Stayed in Italy, me and my whole family,
right?
And then we flew to London to see the Phillies and the Mets play in London 2 years ago.
Oh wow!
I was listen. I'm a baseball fan. I got Pete Rose shirts and everything else. I got hats from each team in my basement. And I'm a baseball fanatic, but I said to my family, me, my sons, my whole family, even my grandkids, we flew to London, and there was 70,000 people in that stadium. It's a soccer stadium, basically.
What an experience.
Yeah. And the Phillies are doing a little bit better. They're getting a little easier to watch.
Correct.
So I'm in a better mood. Hey, look at my purse. See, I have a Phillies
right
purse.
there.
Yeah, she's a big fan.
And if you visit Calabria,
These two, you could tell these two are fast friends.
Yeah, right? They're going out to break our lunch after.
Like a little scared when he just, I was like, wait, I don't know what to do.
And Linda, I can't forget your name. You know why?
You know somebody named Linda.
Yeah, my wife, 42 years.
Oh, wow.
This September will be 42 years.
I love it.
So I can't forget my name. But if you do go to Italy, I still have cousins here. I met 4 of my cousins which I didn't know them. And then there's a tour guide there that'll take you from Calabria and also Sicily. Now they're building a bridge to go from Calabria. They're almost done, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
Yeah, they're almost done. You could
They
drive.
love how you say Italy.
Italy.
Frank, on YouTube.
Yeah, I still have cousins here.
Yeah,
we love you, Frank. Do we have to take a quick break? Then we do have President Trump actually specifically speaking out about one Brian Fitzpatrick, what some view as a veiled threat by President Trump. So we'll have that, so much more. Gosh, there's a lot going on today. Thanks for being here today on YouTube. Talk Radio
bye
1210.
to my new best friend.
Hey, Linda, could I say one more thing?
Sure,
I was kind of serious in what I said earlier when Tony was here. I'm really thinking about running for city council.
Oh, you are?
Not city council at large, but city council.
If you have advice for Frank, 855-839-1210.
Yeah.
We got to take a quick break.
And
be right back.
I got to ask the boss, though, first.
Okay.
Linda.
Be right back.
Weather is sponsored by Ashley Furniture.
Today will be the last day with 90-degree temperatures in the forecast for a while. Skies partly sunny with the chance for some late-day strong storms. High 95, the record high is 94. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some showers and storms during the evening, low near 60. And for Thursday, a much cooler day, clouds with some showers around, and a high 65.
Find unbeatable savings during Ashley's Memorial Sale. Save up to 20% on all Ashley furniture, or enjoy 60 months no-interest financing with no minimum purchase. These Memorial Day deals won't last, so now's the time to upgrade. Shop today at Ashley.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and save up to $5,000 plus an additional $1,500 instant rebate. Bring resort-style living home with endless pool swim spas and save up to $10,000. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $3,000. Hurry to Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or Plymouth Meeting in PA, or or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehottubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-419-2387. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Mayweather is nice, but the summer heat is coming, and so are the high utility bills. Don't wait for your AC to start working overtime. Call Window Nation now. During Window Nation's May sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Replace your windows and get half of them absolutely free. Plus, get 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 years. The experts at Window Nation will install your windows in 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big. Schedule your free consultation at windownation.com.
You know, with gas prices on top of everybody's minds right now, have you considered a hybrid vehicle? So there are so many gas savings options available right now from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup, including the Accord, the Civic, and the CR-V SUV. That's what my husband, Larry Bear, he drives the CR-V, loves it. Great hybrid vehicle. Right now, you take advantage of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can always go online first. Check out the inventory. PiazzaHonda.com, Piazza, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So the other day, we're here with Linda Kearns, lovely Linda.
Thank you for the Elvis music, Dan.
Woo! Lovely, lawyerly Linda. Loves Elvis. Executive producer, Dan Borowski. So the other day I was talking about the fact that I did notice during the China visits, I'll weave this into the primary and local story. So I noticed that the lovely Jackie Heinrich, who we've heard a lot about, the fiance of Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick locally. And so Jackie Heinrich, had this long segment with Hannity in China, and they were very chummy. And she was giving, and I thought, oh, this is interesting because they were very friendly. And so that was interesting to see because the backdrop, of course, remember Dominion and what we had heard behind the scenes, that maybe things weren't as friendly, blah, blah, blah. So now fast forward to now President Trump, as Jackie Heinrich, she's their White House correspondent with Ducey, right? And they have that show together on Sundays. So now you see Jackie Heinrich in the press pool there asking Trump a question. And here's what Trump says about our local congressman right here.
Really,
Did you have a problem with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
This is
her
Jackie.
husband votes against me all the time. Can you imagine? I don't know what's with him. You better ask him what's with him. Her husband, she's married to a
fiance
congressman. He votes. He likes voting against Trump. You know what happens with that? Doesn't work out well.
So he's kind of like, is this like he's trying to mumble like a little bit, but doesn't say too much horrible? He's saying husband. First of all, Mr. President, they're not married yet. Maybe Mar-a-Lago, he could friendly up the situation. But Jackie Heinrich, she's asking a question. She's on the job. And then, he brings up her fiance.
Dawn, in the last, I think, 50 years, more than 50 years, only one president managed to win a midterm, and that was George W. Bush.
Okay.
And The rest of every single president has lost the midterm, has lost seats in the House. And him saying something against a congressman who's running in the fall, I don't understand what he's thinking.
Maybe
okay. And for anyone who doesn't know who he's talking about Brian Fitzpatrick, and I realize that Brian Fitzpatrick does not always vote with the Republicans, but he does sometimes, and
when it matters,
and he's going to vote for the Republicans way more than Bob Harvey will if Bob Harvey, his opponent, gets into the Congress.
Bucks County Commissioner.
And when Trump says like that, with almost like that veiled a threat,
he's
we know what happens.
We know what happens.
Oh.
TikTok. No Mar-a-Lago wedding for you.
You know what happens
Brian.
for that? Doesn't work out well.
See, but is this a strategy, like a little bit of a strategy where Trump is pointing out, because people are like, wait, who's her husband? So maybe he's pointing out that the lovely Jackie Heinrich, and can we just say this, not for nothing, but I mean, Brian, like, good job. Congressman Fitzpatrick,
yes.
marrying up. Can we just
Can I ask a question
point that
to you
out?
guys?
Yeah, but Dawn, I want to hear your question, Dan. But
No,
Dawn,
you're fine.
maybe he just is. It's just another little Trump temper tantrum of
No.
I have to talk out against somebody who doesn't totally.
But
loyal to
maybe
me.
it's like a little, because he didn't bash him. He didn't say these, like maybe he's just trying to say, oh yeah, Purple Bucks County, I'm aggravated with him. Maybe it's like a subliminal, so that a lot of people, even Democrats on that or whatever in Bucks, will go like, oh, well, even Trump's mad at him, so maybe I'll vote for it. Like, is he trying to play the line?
Dawn, at your Trump fan club meetings, do you ever say anything that maybe you don't agree with him? I mean, it's okay to say, hey, I don't
I know, but I'm just, maybe he's thinking like a little subliminal.
So my question becomes...
Yeah, I want to hear, Dan.
No, for both of you, it worked in Kentucky with Massey, which is a very conservative state. It's a very red state. We're talking about a purple region here. If you run a pro-Trump conservative, do you think that could actually beat Brian in a primary because he has that name here? He has the
that's
the
done,
sway
though.
of being such a moderate.
But that's done.
No, that's
right?
done
The
for this
primary's
time.
in the back.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah.
now we got to move forward. And
Well, I
so
mean, he's
you
still
gotta,
making threats, though.
But
Trump.
He is. But for Trump, that was the mildest. That's why I said what I said. In all honesty, that was pretty much the mildest so-called threat that I've ever heard. Like, he doesn't call him a name. There's no name. Come on.
But my question is, if he were to pursue bringing in
Like the next
a
time
new
around.
candidate next
But he
time around,
didn't.
do you think it would ever work here in Bucks County?
But he didn't. That's the point. I mean, the primary's behind us. The point is, he did not do that. And in other places, he did. He could have.
Well, Brian.
By the way, Mark Houck I love Mark Houck. And I hope Mark, by the way, applies for the 1776 fund because he deserves it. He was damaged. But Mark Houck wasn't emboldened to run again or something like that, right? Or nobody primaried him that could beat him.
Right, but if Fitzpatrick needs every potential vote he could possibly get, if he needs that, and Trump is standing there on the tarmac acting like he's like not that excited about Fitzpatrick, then are some of the Republican voters going to stay home?
Well,
That's
only the voters can answer that in Bucks County. You know who you are, so you have a choice. Do you want Fitzpatrick, or do you want, like you said, the currently Bucks County Commissioner, who you all know, Bob Harvey? Because and do you want to be responsible, Bucks County? Do you want to be responsible for ensuring that the next House of Representatives goes to the Dems? And that's really what it's all about. So I think President Trump, and this would be a conflict of interest, so maybe they couldn't accept it, but what President Trump should do is say, Brian Fitzpatrick and Jackie, do you want to get married at Mar-a-Lago? That's what he should say. Trump is speaking right now. Thank you, Dan. Let's take it live. Here's President Trump.
They have to be very good. It goes with the territory. And the president of the Republic of Palau, Surin Gil Whips Jr., I want to thank you very much. And you're here, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
So this is President
Over the
Trump.
past
Looks
4
like he's
years,
speaking behind plexiglass.
Oh, Dawn, I was just thinking that.
It's
That's
plexiglass.
what this world has come to.
So
I
he's,
bet it's bulletproof glass.
Yep. Because I just looked up. I'm like, why does it look like a reflection? Because he is behind heavy bullet. You can see how you can't even see his face because it's highly reflective. But they've stepped this situation up with the attempts against our president's life, 3, and they don't want to go for 4. So he's speaking at a Coast Guard Academy graduation right now, and this is where Connecticut, I believe, New London, Connecticut.
Especially want to thank Academy Superintendent Rear Admiral Greg Rothrock. Come on, get up here, Greg.
So he's hugging him. Give him a big hug. But Linda, that and Dan, that's what struck me most when I looked up and saw it. That I'm thankful, quite frankly, but it does kind of your reaction of kind of gave you chills for a second because he's out there in the public and we know that there are all these threats against President Trump.
Right. Oh, it just says a lot about where we are.
I know. So we will see. I think it would be too much of a conflict of interest. I'm going with the Mar-a-Lago wedding, Jackie Heinrich. Would we be invited because we're technically local?
Well, Dawn,
I think we should be invited.
I mean, as president of Donald Trump's fan club, why you're not already there at Mar-a-Lago every weekend, I don't
Aren't we
understand.
all in his fan club? I mean, how could you not be? This is the greatest.
I am in his fan club,
All
Dawn, but sometimes I
He's the
say,
greatest.
you know what? I don't agree with this or that. You know, I don't agree with everything that he does. Wait. Dan, will I ever be allowed back on if I'm not? If
I love you.
If I'm not wearing
Only if you bring the guy in Dubai.
Oh, you'll never live that down, my friend.
11:55. We almost made the entire time.
But almost made it. But yeah, for Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick, he has to navigate through this time. The next 7 months will be very curious times. Here's the guy in Dubai.
Yeah, well,
we talk about dating and love. And let me just make this point really quick, and that is, if you look at Massey right now, that little threat that he made that he still has 7 months left on the job, this could be quite a curious journey over the next 7 months with those who now are ousted on the outside can do whatever they want. And then you have those like Brian Fitzpatrick fighting to stay in office and fighting to keep the House Republican.
Right.
These are
it's going to be
strange
interesting times.
Linda Kearns, Dan Borowski, great job as he's navigating through all the different audio, live, local. We got it all here. And of course, you've got Dom Giordano is going to talk all things, take us inside the election like nobody else can.
Dom's birthday today? It might be Dom's birthday.
Is it?
I don't know.
Dom, if it's your birthday,
Listeners,
if it's your
maybe
39th, and because we're all 39 and holding after 39, so happy birthday if it is. The beautiful, fabulous birthday boy, Dom. So happy birthday and lots of treats and condiments here in the house for you. Or maybe Tony's. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Dan.
Bye.
Dom's next.
It was just
one unforgettable night.
One of those things.
An evening with Harry Connick Jr.
Just one of those crazy flings.
Performing songs from across his remarkable career.
Well, come by me.
Harry Connick Jr.
Come talk to me, baby.
Friday, July 24th. Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets are on sale now at theborgata.com.
You got to go see the Mardi Gras.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size
downsides of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not 1, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Dom Giordano Show, big day, but a matter of family business, and it has to be settled. I mean, we got the primaries. We got Wally Zimmerlong, big-time attorney, often in Trump matters. He likes the $1.8 billion set aside by President Trump for those that have been wronged by government weaponization lawfare. And some of the people, January 6th, I'm in agreement with. Some of them, they ought to be in jail for 20 or 30 years. You attack a cop, that's what you're going to get. So he'll be here, and he is all over. He's inside this. We also have Steve Feldman, our friend, over religious intolerance in Philadelphia, big time. Anti-Semitism, that's what it is. That's why Chris Rabb won. They seethed with it. This election last night in Philadelphia is what it's going to be like in the midterms, at least in a lot of places. But the family business I have to settle. Henry approached Mr. John Lewis. He is one of the chief, I don't know if he's the, let's see. He's a board of supervisors out there in Lower Makefield Township. And our friend Alan was confronted by him at the polling places yesterday over this idea of, it started with, no, we can't have that beautiful service out there in the Garden of Reflection. That's an annual tradition here in Philadelphia on 9/11 because it conflicts with a Jewish holy day. And we had a rabbi on who was unbelievable on this. So he wrote back, Dear Mr. Machette? Mache. Dear Mr. Mache. Hey, Richard, who's Mr. Mache? His name is on here 4 or 5 times.
Mr. Mache wasn't my father. Mr. Mache.
Is there a Mr. Mache? Bueller, Mache. Where's Mache?
Can I buy a bell?
Mr. Mache's day off. Anyhow, Richard, he says, thanks for your email. The controversy in quotes that you're referencing is part of a long and difficult story that does not neatly fit into the partisan or religious alignment that was previously discussed. Josh Shapiro. Next paragraph. The community would not be well served with a quick hit 15-minute phone or Zoom call. I am not interested in monetizing people's pain for attention. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Should we do commercial free during that period of time, Mr. Lewis? Not only that, my response, whenever they say this, just to continue the agony, I asked Henry to send another email saying, well, Mr. Lewis, how about an hour then if 15 minutes is not enough? We can go through the whole travel line. Look, I believe talk radio is getting on some of these opposing people. Henry is inviting Chris Rabb around the clock, okay? Particularly in studio. Heck, Henry, you know what I'd rather do. I don't know if Greg would go for it. I'd rather do a remote right there in the middle of Mount Airy. Oh, my God.
That'd be awesome.
The seething. We'd have to put fencing up. And I'd have to get some of my friends, maybe Steve Feldman or some others, to have a sponsor that is Israel-related. Oh, my God. It's amazing. So we'll continue this Laura Makefield story. But several things to take apart. Let me give you one. It's not a quick take. I've said this before. Larry Krasner got kicked out yesterday of a luncheon. You know, in Philadelphia particularly, they used to go to a deli. Now they seemingly go to this other place with Ryan Boyer, who's the real powerhouse, and he's a friend. He comes on the show, building trades. Larry Krasner shows up. Ryan Boyer, the Inquirer, says hello to him, and then Krasner launches on, calling him Lion Ryan constantly. This little pipsqueak. And the building trades guy, is nobody to fool around with. This little insufferable pipsqueak. It ends badly when they want him to escort out of there, and the guy touches him. Not Ryan, but his assistant touches him. Oh, my God. Frankie Scales, where were you? If Frankie Scales were there at that point. And then Krasner says, yeah, I won't get to sample the mac and cheese. And all over social media, people going, this guy ain't eating mac and cheese. Who are you kidding, Larry? When's the last time you had mac and cheese? What an insufferable. Here's the point with Krasner, though. He could read the tea leaves from yesterday, be so emboldened because of this Chris Rabb guy, and believing it's just about a progressivism, economic populism. No, it's not. It's a bunch of anti-Semites in Mount Airy and Chestnut Hill and people just getting off. 72% of white precincts Chris Rabb carried. What's the secret sauce? Politico and others writing about this talked about all the endorsements. Guess who they left off? Hassan Piker. Yeah, they left Hassan Piker off, the number one influencer. Henry, do you have, which Hassan Piker do you have keyed up there? Do you have the one with the health care executive?
Yes.
Yeah. Here's Hassan Piker, who came here, put him on his show. The guy who is virulently anti-Semitic, anti-American, saying we deserved it on 9/11. Talks about income inequality, lives in a $2.7 million mansion, and has a $200,000 car. God bless. It's capitalism, Hassan. Here's Hassan Piker on the New York Times podcast recently.
Engels wrote about...
I'm sorry, Henry, if you can start. About the healthcare executive that was mercilessly gunned down 6, 7 a.m. by Luigi Mangione. Did Luigi Mangione endorse you, Chris Rabb? I mean, if he were aware of your election, I'm sure he would. Listen to Hassan Piker. This is what the ilk of who these people are about, including Thomas Massey. I'm sorry, Henry. I'll kill you better. Including Thomas Massey, who I'll play you, who, when he heard he lost, said he was going to concede, but he couldn't find his opponent because Tel Aviv is so far away. Right again, the anti-Semitic, anti-Israel stuff. This is what they're thriving on. Guys like Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, and then on the left, people like this Chris Rabb. So here's Hassan Piker on the podcast explaining why it's right to kill someone like that healthcare executive.
Engels wrote about the concept of social murder. And Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty. the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare in this country, and the consequences of that are tremendous amounts of pain, tremendous amounts of violence, tremendous amounts of deaths. And that was a fascinating story for me, because Americans are very draconian about crime and punishment. They're very black and white on this issue. And yet, because of the pervasive pain that the private healthcare system had created for the average American, I saw so many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
You punk. Okay, that's enough, right? You punk putting on an academia here. This is Hassan Piker. This is what we're dealing with. This is Mount Airy and Chestnut Hill. And these are the little progressives out there for Chris Rabb. It's not an economic populism message. He's going to be a member of the squad. The secret sauce is anti-Israel, anti-Semitism. So don't leave out Hassan Piker as his biggest backer, coming to town with him, drawing a crowd, putting him on his show, the whole thing. That's what this guy's about. Now, what does the Democrat Party Politico ask? Well, first of all, a few personal connections to this yesterday. John Alante McCauley is a winner. He didn't win yesterday. He's going to be with us tomorrow, hopefully. If he does his moment before City Council, and we'll break down his run to be on the Pennsylvania State Committee. The loser is the Republican Party, who shuns a guy like this. Instead of trying to embrace him, you don't have to agree with him on everything, and get him inside the big tent and let him cook a little bit and work his magic here in the manner that he does when he comes on with us every week. Big winner. Couldn't be happier for him. We're trying to reach him. He says he's going to sleep on a plane today. That's his total sleep. Scott Presler. Scott Presler was the chief vote getter yesterday in Beaver County, even though there were some real insiders there for that state committee thing. That is a big win. Bob Harvey, big winner yesterday. DJ Henry, Eagle Eye. I mean, he was on this. We're trying to find the clip. Apparently, when he announced he was the winner in the primary, he used a Taylor Swift song for his entrance for this glorious moment. Henry, any suggestions on what Taylor Swift song that might have been?
I feel like it had to have been like "Shake It Off" or something.
Yep, that was my.
Can you see this? I wonder if Diane Marsegli was dancing to the tune. Come on, Diane. With Diane, did you help coordinate this? All right. Speaking of which, the president, and I don't know if I'm in agreement with this. Look, Fitzpatrick and Jackie Heinrich deserve it a bit. But she asked, well, do you have that? Yeah, let's play that so I don't forget. Jackie Heinrich of Fox asked President Trump a question. We have it. And Trump, in answering it, gave her a warning about the fact that, things don't go too well when people don't vote on these big issues with Trump. And in this case, your boyfriend is one of them. I don't know if he said boyfriend or fiance. This just happened this morning, meaning your fiance or boyfriend, Brian Fitzpatrick. Here's how it sounded with Trump and Jackie Heinrich.
Can you tell us about your call with Netanyahu? Did better in the press briefing, or
Do I think who?
Vance or Rubio did better in the press briefing?
I think they both did great. What do you want me to say, right? I think they both. Do you like that? That's pretty good, though, right? I think they both did good. I watched both of them. They're both very good men, really are.
Did you have a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
When her husband votes against me all the time, can you imagine? I don't know what's with him. You better ask him what's with him. Her husband, she's married to a certain congressman. He votes against, he likes voting against Trump. You know what happens with that? Doesn't work out well. I don't know why he does. But.
Mr. President.
Well, he's not married to her yet, so I'm a little bit, Trump's a little vague on the details. I guess he wasn't invited to the wedding. Would Fitzpatrick invite President Trump to the wedding? I think I would if I were in his position.
At least get a gift from him.
Henry, did you check, since they can't spell your name, you forward all stuff to me, did an invitation to the Fitzpatrick wedding come yet?
I haven't.
I mean, I got to keep that day open. Yeah, that's right. Here, we need an official party to go over and greet with this. All right, so I think Larry Krasner, the message he's going to take away from this is I could see him challenging Sherelle Parker. Yep, I told you about this before. And I thought he can do more damage as DA, but what he would do is he would install a puppet regime at the DA's office and then mess up the rest of the city running for mayor. I think he thinks he could get a win. Now, could he play the anti-Semite card, the anti-Israel card? A number of people who are Jewish are down with Chris Rabb, who in my view is an anti-Semite, anti-Israel at the extreme. A Mumia guy who wants him out of jail, and poor Mumia, he's suffering there. A guy who I just pulled it again this morning, just voted against enhanced penalties for sex trafficking because it would lead to more incarceration. Yeah, man, Ari, you voted for a guy who didn't want to up the penalties for sex trafficking. And Chestnut Hill, you voted for that. Stunning stuff here. Why did Massey lose? Massey used to be, if you remember back in the day, I wouldn't say he was a darling of talk radio, but he was kind of a libertarian. He voted his conscience, and particularly during COVID. And then he started to be engaged with Kevin McCarthy. And then after that, just took up this anti-Trump call. And then he really went into the lane of anti-Semitism, of anti-Israel, that Israel's calling the tune all over the place. Here's a little bit of what he said last night in his concession speech, in which he told him why he was late, his group there, because he couldn't find his opponent. It was hard to find him in Tel Aviv. Here's Massey.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrein in Tel Aviv. I did get the call through, though.
All right, so Massey playing it now on the right. There's always an audience for this stuff. So you believe that Israel's calling the tune with Trump, and that's why we did this as it goes on in Iran. That's their play. They seethed with this. But what happened with Chris Rabb gives you a preview of what we're up against in the midterm. Don't kid yourself. It's not just in Mount Airy. It's in the suburbs. They seethed with this. A lot of this anti-Israel, anti-Semitic stuff. And, of course, huge dosages of Trump derangement syndrome. You put them together, and you're going to turn people out to vote. Republican advantage, and I think we're seeing it now, the redistricting, the Supreme Court decision, are both big pluses. All they have to do is come up with, I don't know, every time I have them on, it's something different, but okay, they're crazy, we're not. I don't know if that's enough to win the midterms. It's definitely winnable, though. I'd say it's a 50-50 shot at this point, given what's happened over the last couple of weeks. And is there any doubts that the Republican Party is the party of Donald J. Trump from what we saw yesterday and what we've seen in preceding weeks? Massey's just another example. I thought Massey would be really close. It wasn't. The Democrats, too, the other leg of this. It's not just the rabbit legions over in Mount Airy of Chris Rabb. It's the Bob Brooks guy. They're putting out their everyman, their MAGA man. He rides a motorcycle, fireman. He drove a snowplow. They're trying to play that lane. This is a guy who, in a cowardly manner recently, had to walk back the George Floyd summer when he attacked these people saying, defund the police. So when McKenzie goes against him now, I'm going to ask him, you still want to defund the police? Also, the other day, he whiffed when asked about, can you define working class? Who are these working class people? He whiffed. This guy is lame, big time. But this is what they're betting on, the image of this. They did the same thing with the oyster baron up there in Maine. More stuff. I'm not even going to say the stuff this guy said on Twitter now about public restrooms and all. Wow. This guy might lose by 20 to Collins. All right, let me give you the side question. I don't know if the Phillies did it last night because there was a bit of rain or the night before, but I read that they're doing it this week. They are honoring the catch for the Phillies. I'm calling it the catch. It's one of the top 10 Philadelphia moments to me, which is the grit to just put it all on the line and succeed. When Aaron Rowan, I don't even know how many years, Henry, do you know it? It's got to be, is it
20?
It can't be 20. That's
20.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wow. 20 years ago, the Phillies were going to move this cyclone fence, which was an eyesore, that he ran into. He caught the ball, broke his nose, blood all over the place, then held up the ball. The catch. So we're looking for something big with the in it, like my all-time favorite. The all-time favorite photo of all time, the kiss. VE Day, downtown Manhattan, that off-duty military, and the dental hygienist. We thought she was a nurse. That kiss symbolizing the relief. It's almost over. Wasn't even, oh my God, I don't know what they did on VJ Day. It was only VE Day. Wow. That kiss is in Sarasota. I've told Roe if it were cheap enough, I'd put a bid in for it and bring it here to Philadelphia. Oh, I can see the mockery. It was sexual attack. Give me a break. It's innocent. It's the kiss. But you can put the in the expression that may have gone with others, like Val the Impaler. You know you're in the ring with Val the Impaler. Vlad. Well, yeah, that's right. What, Val? Thinking of another Val. Yeah, Vlad the Impaler. You know that you're in big time. And a guy has the Impaler in his name. Well, who is he? What's his last name? Like Mr. T the other day.
Doesn't matter.
Mr. T. Yeah, he said the period is his middle name. So the is the middle name. You know you're in for it. All right, so you got it. Something with the around it. The Voice, Frank Sinatra. All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I got a few here because there's so many on the board.
Yeah.
How about I go with the longest running soap opera in Philadelphia history? I'm, of course, talking about something that started in June 2013 when the Sixers traded away Drew Holiday for an extra lottery pick, thus starting the process.
Oh,
and of course.
One of the most magnificent human failures. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen. It's like I'm saying. It's
Wait
the
a minute, are you into the Soviet Union? That's what they would say. They have 50 years of failure. Remains to be seen.
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen. We still have the process Joel Embiid on the team who we took in the next year's draft.
That's looking good. Yeah, that's looking good.
And who knows? Who knows? Well, then if they trade him for some reason, the fruits of whatever that traded, it continues the process, so on and so forth.
5 down, 10 to go. The process, yes.
And then how about I talk about a different trade, a trade in which Russia traded Brittany Griner to the United States for Victor Bout, the Merchant of Death.
Yeah,
that was a tough trade. We might have got fleeced on that one.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Victor can't supply arms to the WNBA, but he does it to the world. Yeah.
And then the final one here I'm going to take is a fictional one, but you either love him or you hate him. And I'm, of course, talking about in Seinfeld, the Drake.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Trump was called the Donald for a while, too.
Yeah,
I haven't heard that recently. But the
Mm-hmm.
Drake character for a small character.
Love the Drake.
Hate the Drake. The Drake, yeah. Never explained the Drake exactly why. No. How about yours, Kirk?
I'm going to go with a couple. One of the wrestling greats, Andre the Giant.
Okay.
And this is for you, Zeno, since I know you're going to take it. Alexander the Great.
How many diners did he put around the world as he was conquering? Let's put another diner in there.
There you go.
Cherry Hill, let's conquer that. It doesn't have a diner. All right, 855-839-1210. Hey, he rouses around, too. If he gets in here now, it's dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so all this on the primaries. Hit us on the side question. 855-839-1210. You got to make it good. This is one that's going to draw a lot, I think. And in addition to that, more coming up on the primaries. And then while he's in along, I'm not all on board with this. Are you? $1.8 billion to go in reparations. Some of these people deserve it that were involved in J6. Wally's the big-time attorney inside the Trump administration. He seems to be in favor of this. That's coming up at 12:30, right out of the news. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Just to point out how great this show is, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, everybody involved. We are crushing it in the YouTube game.
Thank you for making us the #1 viewed news talk show in Odyssey.
And if you ever miss the show, you can always get the podcast on iTunes, where we have a 4.9 out of 5. Vicky Herz, Herz, says, the only podcast that truly feels like a family, especially when you watch on YouTube.
Aww.
They tell the truth, they debate,
and we fight.
And most of all, they start at 6 a.m.
Wow.
Thankfully, with the podcast, I can listen anytime.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days. But at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt. Every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at penndot.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. What would you do with up to $10,000 to travel anywhere in the world? Right now, Lemus Remodeling Group is giving homeowners in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware the chance to win big with their 2026 Travel Voucher Sweepstakes. Just enter by May 31st, and you could be packing your bags for the trip of a lifetime. Your dream vacation on Lemus. For official rules and to enter, visit GoLemus.com. That's GoLemus.com. No purchase necessary.
My name is Mary Viney, and I started with Crash Proof in 2011. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Because of all the chaos that's going around the world today, the uncertainties, it's important to get your money off of risky markets and put it in a safe place. In 2026, with Crash Proof, I am earning over 20%. I was expecting to earn about 4 to 6, but it was over 20%, which is phenomenal. And what's nice is that's interest that I get to keep. It makes me feel good that I'm earning money, especially with the market going up and down. So this is the time, if you don't want to be under a lot of stress or pressure about your money, Crash Proof is the way to go.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. One of our sources saying Bucks County, I think Bob Harvey had like 25,000 votes yesterday, something like that. And Brian Fitzpatrick, maybe 13, 14. But I think the thing of it is, even though you could see this is going to be tense in Bucks County, independent voters, I think Brian Fitzpatrick does very well with them. I just want to be clear. You know, despite the antagonism with Fitzpatrick, we are where we are with this. It's all hands on deck to win the midterms, which could come down to one House seat. And we have at least 4 here, and 3 of them where we talk about a lot, McKenzie, Scott Perry, who hopefully will be on the show soon again, and Brian Fitzpatrick, that we have control that we reach as this intensifies. All right, side question today. like the voice, or Vlad the Impaler, coming off the catch. Now, even though for the Phillies that might be the catch, I think it symbolizes Philadelphia. I got to say, the catch is Willie Mays at the Polo Grounds with the ball coming back over his head.
Yeah.
And all in one motion as he falls down, throwing it back, trying to throw it back in. And it's Willie Mays after all. I mean, he clearly is the greatest player ever. I don't care what the eye test tells me that. If Ken Griffey Jr. didn't get out of sorts in the middle of his career, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have been. Yeah. He had more power. But, no, it's Willie Mays to me to say, hey, kid. And was a big fan of Mickey Mantle until ball 4. Then it was a little difficult. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Pete. Pete didn't win yesterday. Was it the day before?
He won. He did win.
I don't know if we've ever had a back-to-back here on the side question, but that Joe of Exing yesterday.
He won on Monday.
He won on Monday.
Yep.
Pete in the Southwest Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Pete, good afternoon.
Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. Dom, January 8th, 1935, a young man was born in Tupelo, Mississippi. His name was Elvis Presley, and he is now known as the King. So take that, Sinatra.
Thank you, Pete. He did that little licking of the lip in there, too.
He did.
I don't know. I have to listen to Joe this afternoon. Now, let's clip that, Henry, of Pete. And let's hear Joe this afternoon, and then let's play Pete after Joe.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know if we can tell the difference. Henry, have you heard DJ before? I think Kirk has.
No, I don't think
I have. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I have to give you a clip. I think he sounds exactly, but no. Dan right away. Oh, no, his voice is much deeper, projects much more.
Oh, interesting.
Right away starting trouble. All right, we may have. I heard that click there, that little lip licking. Not sure if Joe does that or not, but it was spotted. The pause.
Oh, he does.
Too.
No, when he did it, I was like,
oh, yeah, he does. Is this
right
guy a professional mimic? We got to get him
on the money.
I think I see a spot there for him.
Again, I think if not one of the caller of the year, I think he's going to get an honorable mention. Honestly.
Yeah. Whatever happened to the porch guy? I want the porch guy back, too, the JB guy. Where's he? All righty. Wally Zimmerlong, big-time attorney, some of the biggest cases we've talked about here, and a lot of stuff of the Trump administration. He texted me this morning about this $1.8 billion. I'm suspect of some of it, of who that would go to because of the weaponization of the Justice Department. It's pretty clear to me there was excess punishment of some members of January 6th. Both they should never have been charged, maybe, and then the punishment they received versus what they did. Can we separate those two things out? He'll lay it out next. We'll find out what other cases he might be involved in. You get in now. Hit us on the side question. It's a rousing start. In the name or the kiss, the voice. If I said the president, I don't think everyone would agree on that one, so I don't know. Let's see. What other the voice is the one that came to mind. I think there's a couple of others. The King, though, definitely is Elvis.
Yeah, absolutely.
The process is a good one. Oh, God. 855-839-1210.
If you're in the Philadelphia area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 267-535-2174. That's 267-535-2174. Don't wait. Call 267-535-2174 now. Again, that's 267-535-2174. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. legacybox.com/radio.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating. Now through May 23rd, enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. Staples, that was easy.
Weather sponsored by USPS Ground Advantage.
Today will be the last day with 90-degree temperatures in the forecast for a while. Skies partly sunny with the chance for some late-day strong storms. High 95, the record high is 94. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some showers and storms during the evening, low near 60. And for Thursday, a much cooler day, clouds with some showers around, and a high 65.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Momentarily, we go to a big-time attorney, Wally Zimmerlong. Couple of things by request behind the scenes. Yeah, we should take Jack the Ripper off the board. Too obvious. We didn't want to take all of them off, but that one, yeah, I think would be that's pretty definitive. And Chris Plant, who's nationally syndicated out of Washington, good guy, talk show host, he has this up on Twitter. I'm not sure how this is going to play. Bit strong. Today is the 109th anniversary of John Fitzgerald Kennedy's birth. Wow. JFK would have been 109. Might do a side on somebody who's forever young. Just think, I mean, in JFK, you don't think so, huh? He's not forever young?
Well, no, he is forever young. I don't know. I might have some holes in this. It just might be people who died young.
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. We might get a lot of those. We might have to knock some.
I don't know why. I just immediately went to Anne Frank, you know.
Not to, you're right. It's about being killed young, but he was dashing still then.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Anne Frank seems, yes, young, but it was, seems a long time ago. Kennedy, because of the assassination, seems like yesterday. Anyhow, he says 109th birthday of Kennedy. Today's Democrat, he's got a picture of Kennedy and Lee Harvey Oswald. Today's Democrat Party is closer to Lee Harvey Oswald than it is to JFK. You know, the assassinations, Hassan Piker, these people, the progressive women going wild. That's something we could talk about. All right, Henry, knock that out of my mind. I got to re-angle. See how the side question gets formulated here. Help me with this, particularly Pete in Southwest. Come on, Pete. You have cornered the side question.
Amen to that.
We need a challenger. This guy's cornering the market.
Yep.
I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, it's a monopoly. Come on, Robert of Ben Salem and others. You got to top this guy today. Make it impossible for us to pick him on the Joe, using the Joe of Exton.
Yep.
Let's go to Wally Zimmerlong here on Talk Radio 1210. Wally, thanks for the text and welcome in.
Thanks so much for having me on, Dom. And you talk about the wing of the Democratic Party. It's now closer to Stalin in the case of what we're talking about today than anybody else.
Well, here in Philadelphia, exactly, and in many other places. So, Wally, on the surface, and I watched Scott Jennings last night. We're friendly, and I agreed with him that there's a danger with this $1.8 billion. We don't want to make it like it's just gone willy-nilly to all these J6 people. I don't think you're saying that. But tell me what you are saying. What's the wisdom of this? What's the upside of what Trump is not only proposing, but apparently he's doing?
Yeah, we're really not talking about those involved with January 6th as much as we're talking about those that were involved with any way with President Trump's re-election campaign in 2020. And these sick people like Jack Smith, who violated their sacred oath as prosecutors to persecute innocent people simply because they exercised their First Amendment rights to support President Trump. They were talking about persecuting lawyers that expressed legal opinions, some of which were never shared with anybody or acted upon. Staffers that were just doing their jobs in the Trump campaign. I mean, good people, Philadelphians like Mike Roman and Jeff Clark, who are completely innocent. And the only reason they were targeted, persecuted, and subject to investigation was because they were affiliated with President Trump, and Jack Smith and those in the Democratic Party were not sufficed just to go after President Trump. They wanted to rip out anyone associated with President Trump, root and branch. And they did so by the most despicable means possible by subjecting these people to prosecution. They had to hire lawyers. They had to defend themselves in court, some of whom we had to assist. We represented people that were drugged before this sham grand jury impaneled by Jack Smith. They were subject to prosecution by rogue state district attorneys in Georgia and Arizona and Wisconsin. They were subject to investigation by congressional committees that were not made up of any Republicans, Democrats only. This was politically motivated as no place in the United States of America. Dissent has every right to be part of the United States of America. And I applaud President Trump and the Department of Justice to set up this fund to compensate those that had to suffer, unfortunately, through a very dark era in our nation's history.
Well, I'm so glad you came on to put this perspective out there, Wally, because, again, sometimes my criticism of what comes out, some of it's the media, but it's not buttoned up enough. I haven't heard the Trump people saying that enough, just in the cogent way that you said it. But let me go back to where the media attack point is. How about the January 6 people? There seems to be a fixation. Is that wrong that they would? I mean, anybody can ask for anything. What's your sense of that? Obviously, some of them were overcharged, and the conditions on some of them, as far as I can tell, were completely excessive.
Well, the fund doesn't have a parameter on who could apply. So those that were prosecuted as part of the January 6th incident may or may not be eligible. We don't know. We're still waiting for guidelines. And there are a number of people that were involved with January 6th at the Capitol. And I think that the fund, just as it's going to do with every claimant on the fund, has to evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. Now, look, the Department of Justice has been very clear. President Trump has been very clear. It's not just you fill out a form and you get a check in the mail. There's a 5-person committee who's going to evaluate claims. Mm-hmm. There have been similar funds like this set up for all sorts of mass tort type harms like this, although this is unprecedented. We've never had a widespread prosecution of individuals in this country based upon their political affiliation. But in this case, I'm sure that the 5 members of the committee will do their jobs. They'll evaluate each claim. They'll look at the facts and circumstances of each claim to determine, A, are they entitled to compensation? And then they'll have to look at documentation to determine what the person is entitled to. So, there's this reflexive notion that there's just going to be handouts. It's going to be like a cash machine. You're going to stand inside it, and how much cash you can grab, you can leave with. No, the Department of Justice has already indicated there are going to be parameters. There's going to be guidelines. There's going to be oversight. In fact, in the Department of Justice's press release, Acting Attorney General Blanche says we want it to be transparent as possible. We want that the public to know just what's going on. And I have every faith that the folks that are President Trump places on the committee and Congress, the one member that Congress places on the committee, are going to do their jobs correctly and transparently.
Do you have a sense of the demarcation, meaning the committee subsets? Where do they come from? I'd like it to be what the January 6th investigation was not, bipartisan. It's much better if it is.
We don't know. We don't know. Unfortunately, I don't. We would, obviously like it to be bipartisan. The Democrats don't like to have things be bipartisan. January 6th and every investigation by the Democrats into President Trump has never been bipartisan. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. If the shoe was on the other foot, the Democrats would never invite Republicans to be part of the committee. But we'll have to see who President Trump appoints. I have the full faith in the president that he's going to appoint the most accomplished and outstanding people to the committee.
I think I saw, too, is it Caputo is the first one that applied? Somebody's already applied for this? I saw that on Twitter.
Yeah, I did see that something that Michael Caputo had submitted some sort of claim or inquiry, but, it's a little premature to do it because we do not know the process yet. The money needs to be transferred, and then there will be a process. Acting Attorney General Blanche has been very clear that he wants this to be orderly and transparent. And I have no doubt that in the next coming weeks, there's going to be guidelines and parameters and clear rules that apply to those that want to seek compensation from the fund.
Wally, any other cases you're involved in? We talk routinely about some of the biggest things going on here. I know one, that family is doing the right thing with Shapiro and not making it political. That's ongoing. What else are you involved in?
Well, we still have the ongoing litigation against the city of Philadelphia for their discriminatory practices against our fine men and women in the Philadelphia Police Department who were passed over for promotion for expressly racial reasons. I mean, it's racial promotional practices. They have no home anywhere, and it's really a shame that the city of Philadelphia uses race as a basis to promote those within the Philadelphia Police Department. Mayor Parker, I think, is doing a lot of good things when it comes to law enforcement. This is something she's terribly wrong on, and we think that the federal court's going to eventually see it our way, and that this practice, like so many other DEI practices, will be removed.
Absolutely. Well, Wally, I can't thank you enough because, again, the details you provided today put a completely different face, a coherent face on what we're talking about with this fund. And certainly there's justification here. And you actually mentioned two Philadelphians. I followed the Roman case more than Clark. And just to go back to this, in some cases, all these guys were suggesting where maybe provocative legal arguments that could be made around all that happened in the election 2020. And for that, for him to go after you, and I think you're saying that some of them didn't even do that, and some of these things were never even printed. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, some of these opinions were never shared. I mean, I have some, at least a tangential personal involvement with it. Me and attorneys like Linda Kearns were, who is a friend of the show, were targeted by these punks at Project 65 for simply filing complaints or asking questions of election boards in the wake of the 2020 election. And they took out ads against us. They filed baseless and false and unactionable disciplinary actions against us. It went absolutely nowhere, but they were well funded. And it's an example of this, how large this campaign was to attack anyone that basically ever uttered the name Trump. You were in their crosshairs. And I really applaud President Trump for setting up a fund for those that really were, unfortunately, suffered the worst of the harms, those that had to hire counsel, incur legal fees, that had their lives ruined. They were fired from jobs. They've been shut out from employment. And this is a way, this is what funds of this kind are designed to do, which is to rectify a grave injustice.
Absolutely. Wally, thank you so much. Again, I can't tell you, I was too cursory on this. Your detail on this, to me, I haven't seen it anywhere else in the media. So thank you.
No problem. And if I have any more information, I'll let you know about it, Dom. Thanks for having me on. And
have a good Memorial Day, too, Wally. Thank you. Wally Zimmerlong here on Talk Radio 1210. All right. Now, I'm proud of this, the connection we have to people like Wally. You're not seeing that out there in the media, some of the examples he gave. You heard my thoughts about some of the J6 people. It definitely depends. 855-839-1210. Coming up, we know that low test scores and disciplinary things are often the signs of a bad school district. I have another one that is a sign, at least it is to me. 57 Philadelphia public schools today are learning virtually. They took their Chromebooks home. Their budget's only $5 billion, right around 5. And yet, they can't be comfortable in schools. Boy, what a get-out-of-jail-free card. Just say, Chromebooks. When's the state legislature going to say, you know what, guys, this is over. You're not getting away with putting that up on the scoreboard. We're taking it off. Take that touchdown off. It comes back holding on the Philadelphia public schools. I'll give you the suburban school district who apparently has closure and is, quote, learning virtually. A suspect suburban district, right, borders on Philadelphia. All right, 855, and it's not Cheltenham, 855-839-1210.
Memorial Day weekend is almost here. It's time to kick off the summer and head down the shore. Join us as Dom Giordano broadcasts live from the Francis Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway, Friday noon till 3. Check out the car show, food trucks, crab fries, a petting zoo, something for everyone in the family. Plus, it's free toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, will pay your toll through the former eastbound Egg Harbor Toll Plaza. Kick off summer and head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,474.95. Make a splash this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs, plus an extra $1,500 instant rebate. Or upgrade to an endless pool swim spa and save up to $10,000. Visit Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jamison, Exton, Plymouth Meeting, or Marlton, or online at springdancehot.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money this month. No need to wait for Memorial Day sales. Today through Saturday only, TurnersvilleJeep.com is having a pre-Memorial Day sale on their huge selection of over 300 Jeeps and Ram trucks. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days. Well, qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom time, 855-839-1210. Welcome in. So the school district that's also off, the only one I know of, if you know of others, Upper Darby. Upper Darby, I was almost thinking, let's get the superintendent. Let's hear it again. Remember the ice out stuff. Remember the disciplinary problems there. It's a suspect school district. Suddenly, they can't handle the heat either. So what is it? Philadelphia has 57 schools again. Jalen Hurts, I think, put 25 or so into play himself that they have air conditioning. Now, you know what it is with a lot of these schools, and they're the most fraudulent here locally. They have what they think is, because of COVID. Now, think about the genius of these teachers' unions and administrators. What did they do with COVID? They showed their power. We're not going to go back to school. Remember Dr. Damsker? He said the 3-foot rule was fine with him. Oh, no. Put him in the basement out there in Bucks County. Remember that? The 11th hour? Bucks County was headed back to schools. Wolfman Hack intervened, and Diane Marsaglia and Bob Harvey, what did they do? They said, nope, you're not going back to school. And now they have this new thing, Zoom and Chromebooks. And now they know. Can you imagine what kind of learning you think is going on in the Philadelphia public schools today? I'd like to see it. Upper Darby says you must submit all your work before the end of the day in Bucks County. I'd love to see this. Is that not a marker of a suspect school district? First bit of heat. It is historic. It has been hot. And what do they do? Let's take that off. And then they'll do it again. If it's hot again sometime in June, they can get away with it. Everybody benefits. All they need is that big 180 on the board by hook or by crook. That's all that counts. So 57 public schools. I guess Jalen Hurts will have to sign for another $250 million before Philadelphia. And I wonder if that part came to the school with the little boy with muscular dystrophy. They have to carry the wheelchair up. It was supposed to come on May 18th for the elevator. They said they would have it installed, at least in the 6ABC report, I believe, by May 22nd. Well, wait a minute. The little kid's got to go more days. You know what? Let's cancel school today. That'll help him too. These are masters of fraud. So why did they stop school choice? You know why they stopped school choice. They will do anything to keep this fraudulent system going. All righty. 855-839-1210. The Justice Department. This is ominous to me, and I'll tell you why. And I've been there. Broadcast, the first radio broadcast maybe ever in the last X number of years from Gitmo for 3 days. The Justice Department is going to unveil their Raul Castro announcement, the indictment of Raul Castro. Now, again, if this is going to be one of those things they jet in like they took out Maduro, but do we really want to get going now with Cuba, with the drones across the bay across the ocean from Florida? I don't think we need another excursion here. If what's the name, Joanne Chesimard were still alive, yeah, I might be fraudulent myself then, Henry, because if I were president, I'm afraid what I would do. I would say, send in the Marines. We're bringing her back. This woman's not going to sit there laughing for 40 years after she killed this police officer with the Black Liberation Army. Not going to happen. I would hope I would resist that. Henry, Mr. Machette, not Machette. Mache. Yeah, it's like he's doing
really getting on my French
macrame here. Mache, Henry Mache. Come on, Richard Lewis. You know you want to come on that show. You know when you said, I did order a code red. I did it. What are you going to do about it, Giordano? I did order on 9/11. You're not going to be at the Garden of Reflection. Yes, I did it. While tragic, what's the rest of that? Something you don't know, Mr. Caffey, Mr. Machette, Mr. Mache.
Saved lives.
Saved lives. You can come on, and the rabbi, I'm sure, will be happy to come in studio, too. Oh, my goodness. No Bill Devlin tagging in. I don't need to go nuclear here. All right. 8-5. I could see Larry Krasner and Bill Devlin. Now, that would be a great 3 hours. How's it going on getting Larry Krasner on, Henry? I don't think we tried that in a while.
Yeah, let's see. I'll test the waters. Why not?
Can you imagine getting kicked out of the building trades luncheon as he comes in the door and calling the chief powerhouse in Philadelphia, Lion Ryan, in front of the Inquirer? This guy, Jim Jordan, you got to pull up now, or whatever it is. You got to, by the way, Henry, to your point, AOC last Friday for Chris Rabb said Philadelphia's got to pull up. She did say it.
Oh,
I recognized it right away. Pull up. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up, we have at 2:30, Steve Feldman talking about, I know what I want to talk about next. Colbert going dark. Where did he really make the biggest turn that he tried to milk this subject second to none? And he even made one of the all-time, even in the era that we're in. Remember the thing about Putin and his holster and all that stuff and Trump? Oh, my God. Even for where we are, pretty bad. That's next. Big 1 o'clock hour, Talk Radio 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Air conditioner, oh air conditioner, will you make it through the summer? If you don't, it'll be a bummer. Start your spring off right. We got huge rebates if that budget's tight. This is Jonathan Cans, and I am not a poet. I am, however, the 3rd-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are the mainline's oldest family-owned HVAC company, and we are not private equity-owned. But we are experts in rebates, big ones. And right now, there are up to $2,300 in rebates available. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Now we're moving into summer, and it's time we find out how brutal the winter weather was to our home. Hey, it's Rich Izzioli. If you're looking for a contractor that can help you with repairs during this time, or maybe you want to get a jump in those renovations, go with my guys, Emmons. They deliver protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons has always been my go-to contractor for over 10 years in 2 different homes. And they even just remodeled our kids' bathroom. Plus, you're going to get American-made products, American-made roofing products to lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, siding that elevates and insulates your home, and made in America, windows and doors that blend style and performance, made in America. Emmons has you covered every step of the way. So go to emmonsroofing.com, upgrade your home with confidence, make sure you tell them I sent you, and always go with the company that I go with because I trust them, and they've delivered for me each and every time in 2 different homes. That's Emmons Roofing, emmonsroofing.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS Tax now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Great side question today. Like the catch. Aaron Rowan. That's what we're looking for. 855-839-1210 or Vlad or the process. Something with the in it. The White House. There's a lot. There's a top 50 or so. We need the one that really cracks through. All right. We did hear Pete in Southwest Philadelphia. Is this Pete or no, it's the real Joe of Exton early today. You heard that call. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Aaron Rowan, that's what we're looking for.
You got your radio on, Joe. Turn your radio off. You ready? All right, I'll put Joe on. I think he's a little early in the day. His process has to be.
He's catching up.
He's catching
up. Going
He's
over what he
ready.
missed.
Yeah, what he missed, and he'll be ready with that in a second. So, Millville, New Jersey. We're really, and I'm not feeling it from some of the national guests we've had on. Stacey Garrity and we had on Bill O'Reilly. They both seem to differ with me on the threat of AI. But Millville, New Jersey does not. Millville, New Jersey just blocked the largest proposed data center project ever stopped in the state, 2.6 million square feet. 1.4 gigawatt hyperscale campus would have used enough electricity to power over 1 million homes. Students and farmers said this post stopped that. So we are seeing it all over the place, this pushback. And I'm looking at a national survey where residents, pretty big survey, they would rather have, it's hard to believe, a nuclear power plant nearby than AI, the AI data center. Now, I have to say, as much as I'm against give me the AI center. I don't want the nuclear power plant.
No, I'm with them.
You're with them?
Yeah, give me the power plant.
What, are you going to take iodine capsules, have them there ready to go? Is that it?
Come on, it's contained. We're not having a Chernobyl accident here.
Well, I was teaching then and got on came into my classroom. Oh, man. Jim Florio. It was 3 Mile Island at that point, Henry, which was a real thing.
Right.
And people were given iodine tablets, et cetera. Yeah, so we might be a little bit misinformation. You're right about the nuclear power plant. But just the thought of it versus the AI. What's the AI going to do to you other than be an enormous waste of...
Well, I see that it emits a very high-pitched humming noise at all hours of the day.
Uh-oh. Yep, here we go.
So I saw a video of that, and that turns me off immediately.
Okay. All right, so I might put this up on Twitter. What you want in your backyard? Nuclear power plant. It's been very rare that there's been any 3 Mile Island, I think, is the last one where we really had any difficulty versus AI and all the things that are coming with it. And this article that talks about that says, look, people are suspecting that the people that are going to profit big time through AI are not necessarily going to have the best interest of the average person at heart or even think about the best interest of the average person. And I agree with that. And when I hear these people, the phrase, thank God O'Reilly didn't say it yesterday. Henry and I were talking about it. I should have said, well, Bill, I guess AI is going to cure cancer. He started talking about the medical stuff. I don't know. AI, the amount of errors that AI makes, are renowned scientists going to say, well, look, Henry, I see it this way. And then what AI sees it that way. All right, I'm going to go with AI. I don't think so.
I feel like for the most part, humans have to have that domain, kind of that decision-making process over the AI. They can help, sure,
well,
but
the best way to break all this down is in the world of sports. The analytics are fine. All the analytics do, though, is inform the human of probabilities of something because of the totality of information that you have that you might not be able to ferret out, tendencies, probabilities. But then the human takes a look at the eye test of this, et cetera, and puts it together and makes a judgment. That's the way. It's just another tool, and I'm not negating it. I would do that. I want the most data possible in order to make a decision on something. But I'm not going to say, well, AI said it. All right, let's do it. It's incredible. But nuclear power plants ranked lower. Wow.
Yeah, at least we get better energy prices.
Yeah. So my message to the Republican Party, there's a niche here. There's a lane in these suburban towns, Pennsylvania, I'm sure in other places. Tap into that. There are voters here. If you reassure them, you're not going to willy-nilly be going down this AI craziness that's out there. It's something to take a look at big time. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you need to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. We've been breaking down, too, the remnants from the primaries yesterday and where we are and what they mean. And it's kind of mixed, except here in Philadelphia. Rabbit mobs have taken over, and that's why Chris Rabb is this congressman who'll go to Washington. The Inquirer and others will love it, and he'll be about one thing, going after Trump in every way, shape, or form, trying to get Mumia out of jail, and attacking Israel around the clock. And I don't see the various, now our friend Steve Feldman's coming on today. I'm sure he's going to push back on this. Where are the various Jewish organizations? Don't they have to do the heavy lifting and call this guy and these mobs in Mount Airy and Chestnut Hill and out and say the secret sauce for them is anti-Semitism? That's what they're running on. Or if they're Jewish, they hate themselves and they want to go down this path. They're excited over this guy who's a clown at best. All right, let's go to Joe of Exton now and talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. For my side answer, in the earlier days of the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, the clergy was looking for a parishioner to serve as the bell ringer in the bell tower. And they chose this parishioner who had the misfortune of having a deformed body. And this parishioner was so grateful and loyal to the clergy for having hired him as bell ringer that he acquired the title of the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Very nice, Joe. Thank you very much. All right, now that was the real Joe of Exton.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I did hear that little lip smack there. He's got it, the pattern after the initial stuff. There's a little. Mm-hmm. Let's hear the Joe of Exton imitator, Pete of Southwest Philly.
Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
There it is.
Yep.
Dom, January 8th, 1935, a young man was born in Tupelo, Mississippi. His name was Elvis Presley, and he is now known as the King. So take that, Sinatra.
Thank you, Pete. Oh,
love it.
Spot on. I love a great man. Oh, God. Spot on. Okay. Really good stuff. Thank you. All right. So neither guy is an actor. Well, we know Joe's not. I'm not sure about Pete in the Southwest.
Right.
Yeah, he's definitely in the running again. Could we have 2 days in a row? The odds on that, the Kalshi market and all that, the unpredictability, it's down to zero almost that you can pull that off.
This is going to last for a while. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad President Trump is speaking at the Naval Coast Guard Academy today. The Coast Guard does tremendous work. They're headquartered right there in Cape May. And did you know that whenever we have these government shutdowns, they don't get paid? Remember that? Because they're outside the big four, and Congress ought to just fix that. They ought to just say, hey, you're coming in today, no lunch. We're going to go right through, yada, yada, and we're going to fix this. Do something. Work one day where you just fix stuff. Yeah, we all agree. Let's fix this. Bang, it's done. All right, 855-839-1210. That'll get a line. Coming up, and I was surprised at these, Matt Rooney over at SaveJersey.com has a list of all of our short points. By the way, the Friday Five from Farley's, we're probably going to do this week top 5 resort, or I guess top 5 Jersey Shore or otherwise, because I think Henry has one that's otherwise, that we're going to put in our top 5 shore points of one sort or another, is the way I would put it, I guess. What's the shore point? The only one that I can find where President Trump and Jack Ciattarelli, but mainly Trump, most shore points, wow, it's pretty, some of these are pretty high, like Sea Isle City, 70% went for Trump. Harris, only 29% in Sea Isle City. There's a couple, there's one that's 74 Lavalette, that's here. North Wildwood, 72% for Trump. Yeah. I guess these are year-round residents. That's what they'd have to be voting there. I'll give you the list, though. What's the one shore point that went overwhelmingly, but maybe not as overwhelming as I thought it would be, that went for Harris? Out of all the Jersey Shore points, what is it? 855-839-1210. And we have Jeff Bezos. Oh, look, I'm not a Bezos guy. Responding to AOC and this idea you can't be a billionaire and do it legally. We'll play you some of that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Here's the big announcement. Coming up next Thursday, May 28th, at the New Jersey FOP Lodge 56 in West Berlin, we will be live from 6 to 11, and we will have a special guest. Sean Farish is coming on up.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a good old time.
Yes.
Yes.
Sean will join us live and in person next Thursday at FOP Lodge 56. Go get tickets right now. 1210WPHT.com. They're free. Again, they're free.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Now an important message from Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement.
Do you remember the promise that you made to yourself that if your retirement nest egg ever recovered from past market downturns, you would get off the stock market roller coaster? Well, that time has come, and that time is now. The markets have surged since pandemic lows, when most Americans dropped about 40% almost overnight. And now, once again, global unrest is making markets volatile. So don't forget that promise that you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and your family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Summer is almost here, and it's the perfect time to start stocking up on easy treats from Tasty Cake. The baked peach pie is a sweet, fruit-filled snack that feels like warm weather is on the way. And the lemon cupcakes are perfect for backyard hangs, weekend outings, and all those busy on-the-go summer days that are right around the corner. So next time you're at your local grocery store, grab a few. Simple, fun, and ready for the season ahead. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Hey, it's Nick. Transform any living space for summer, indoors or out, during the Memorial Day sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Their showroom is filled with high quality, built-to-last furniture, and I love the incredible variety. No matter your style, you will find beautiful pieces for every room in your home, plus a huge selection of patio and sunroom furniture. Save 20 to 50% store-wide. The sale runs now through the 31st, so don't miss it. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their huge showroom in Hatfield. Tell them Nick sent you.
If you're ready to propose, step up to the fifth C. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. At Cozy Jewelers, you sit down directly with Paul to design a custom engagement ring that tells your story. And because he's the manufacturer, you get exceptional quality and value. No mass-produced settings, no shortcuts. Every piece is carefully inspected before it leaves. For a ring built to last generations, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, I don't know if there's any other Joe of Exton imitators out there, but we got the guy who was spot on. I never noticed the little lip movement there.
A little smack right
there. The little smack, but it was perfectly done.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. All right, so here come to the calls. Here are the few. The town where Trump did not do so well, he got 30.1%, Harris 68.4%, and then others, third party, is Atlantic City. Brigantine, he got 60%, Ventnor 53%, Margate City 56%, Longport 65%, Ocean City 68%, Sea Isle 70%, Avalon 68%. Let's see, Wildwood 67%. I know there's a big on the boardwalk, big pockets of Trump in Wildwood. North Wildwood, though, 72%, Wildwood Crest 66%. Cape May only 57. Let's see. Seaside Heights 63. Seagirt 67. Manasquan 62. Asbury Park, yeah, figures. 32% Asbury Park. I wonder why. I don't think it's just Springsteen. It's a place that they're pretty deficient when it comes to schooling there. Not a lot of reading proficiency in Asbury Park. All right, Tom in Jersey's next. He's in on Talk Radio 1210.
Well,
hey, Tom. Afternoon.
If it's clear on there, then we got to figure out how we get this handle on.
Yeah. All right, put you on hold, Tom.
Oh, we're in a business meeting.
Yeah, I don't want to. There might be national security threats going on here. We're waiting for the DOJ to speak on Raul Castro, Castro's brother. And I think he's 94 now. They're indicted. Of course. I mean, he is a scum of the earth, war criminal, whatever terminology you want to put on. But you get nervous that we're going to move toward Cuba next. And look, the situation in Iran for America First, we explained why that was necessary, without a doubt. 47 years of this nuclear weapon, how close? That's all true. Cuba, what's going on with that? Why Cuba? Also, Benjamin Netanyahu holds a, quote, dramatic phone call with President Trump. And Trump is bristling today, telling us that Netanyahu is on the same page and Netanyahu's not calling the shots here, which I believe is the case. Over in Mount Airy, though, they know better. And you could see that, I'd say this, in certain areas, I'm not sure. I'd have to have in front of me, like, I don't see it in Bucks County necessarily. I'm going to be watching for it. What I'm watching for, we know Trump derangement syndrome is the big item for Democrats. And look, I agree with them. However you have to drive out your vote. Hatred. They're all going all in. Hatred of Trump seething. We can't get at Trump. We're going to get at Brian Fitzpatrick, for example. Okay. Over in Mount Airy, though, we see the real secret sauce. I don't even think Trump derangement syndrome drove these people in Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill, that Chris Rabb, as much as they were driven by just sheer anti-Semitism, tear Netanyahu apart. Domestically, it's Trump. But there, that was the sauce. I mean, that doctor who was a hero to them, they were going after her because she had some money from AIPAC, the American Israeli PAC. They went crazy on that. So could that happen in the midterms? That's a driver for their voters. I would think most of it will be in safe districts for Democrats, translation, districts that are not doing well, districts in big cities. Could it bleed into the suburbs, this sheer fanaticism about it? I'm sure they're taking a lesson from that. They're trying to blend that in with their Trump hatred to drive out voters. And I'm thinking Bucks County, Lehigh Valley. Can the Bob Brooks guy tap into that? I mean, he's such a MAGA man. That seems to be his lane. I don't know with Perry and where he is, Scott Perry. But watch for this. That's one of the takeaways from this. They're trying to masquerade. They're trying to cosplay as working class, the Bob Brooks guy, to hide that Bernie Sanders is behind him. Can they tap into anti-Netanyahu like they do? It won't be as big as anti-Trump. It's still anti-Trump. But it does drive them out. That gets the juices flowing. That Chris Rabb won 72% of white precincts. These younger, progressive, et cetera, that we're talking about coming out for the midterms. Now, you would think the Trump hatred might be enough. Well, this adds a little sprinkle to it. Getting worried, too. Mike Johnson today, this Tom Kean guy sitting in that congressional seat in Jersey has been absent. We don't know what the illness is, the reason is, or whatever. I'm suspecting how well could that campaign go. You got to keep that seat, too. This can come down to one seat, and the world changes. One seat, and the world changes. That's how close this is going to be. You're kidding yourself. Look, they're kidding themselves if they think Republicans are on the rope so much they're going to roll over top. Couple things. Public doesn't like Democrats, not even a little bit. They don't have any popularity. 2, the redistricting has gone badly for them, could go really badly. 3, well, let me go to David in Lexington. Sorry, David, I meant to get to with this breaking news. So, David, is it true? Have we seen Clyburn's district, the big guy, be removed in South Carolina?
Say hello, Dom.
Hi, Dave.
It's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
Sounds like somebody I know.
On that note, Dom, if you had asked me this last week, and I mentioned this a couple of times so far, but if you'd asked me this last week, I would say zero chance. Because we have our own Massey down here named Shane Massey that was kind of blocking it. But Trump put in a call to his buddy Henry McMaster. Henry McMaster called the guys and gals back to work. So now I'm giving it a decent chance now. And this will be huge.
Yeah, for listeners, we're talking about the Clyburn district. Wow, this is the biggest Democrat out there, arguably in longevity, et cetera.
Yeah.
And David, it just, even a chance at that points to what I'm saying, that Republicans have a real chance in the midterms. All they need, in my view, is some kind of message that's half decent, and to say it over and over and over again. That's all they have to do, and I think they can win.
Well, a lot of Jim's supporters down here will say, oh, he's done all these great things for South Carolina. He's such a wonderful asset to the state. To that I say, well, if what you're saying is true, he should be able to win whatever district he's in then, right? If he's doing a great job,
right,
he should be able to win without having a little boost up of his 80-20 district.
When does all this happen, David, in a week or so?
We will know something for sure probably by the end of this week.
Okay.
Because they're discussing it right now. The Democrats tried to put up like 500 amendments trying to stop this thing, and finally they got together and said, look, you guys get one amendment. You pick one. You got one. We're not going to sit here and do 500. So I think we'll know something in the next day or two.
Okay, good. I mean, that is a very good template of what's happening here, why give Republicans a reasonable chance.
Right. Well, Don, for my side answer, now, there are a lot of bands out there called The something before I give my answer, but there's actually a band called VV. I don't know if you heard of them or not, but it's actually a band called just VV. But for my answer, this is something I suffer with for about 400 days a year down here, and that's the heat.
Ah, the heat. All right, gotcha, David, very much. Look, I have to admit, and Rose even worse, I don't mind the heat at all. I liked these days. Now, by yesterday, it was a little bit oppressive. Even I would agree. But, finally a breakthrough after this miserable. Now, you and I are going to be at Farley. Couldn't we have one of these? Oh, no, the weather predictions.
Either way, I think we'd be screwed, honestly.
What,
I mean,
too
it's
hot?
way too hot to just sit outside, but then again, I don't want to be sitting in a monsoon.
Well, right, yeah. Well, we'll get mint juleps or something there. All right.
Please, yeah. Keep 'em
855
coming. Make it a double.
Right. 855-839. I got to go to this one. I love this one. I'll admit my bias. This is one of the all-time great thes, I think. David in Northeast Philly. Hi, David. What do you have today?
My answer is the shot heard around the world.
Yeah, why do you like that one so much?
I don't know. It's the year. It's 1776. I think it's the birth of the greatest nation on the history of the world.
It is, and it so poetically summarizes what happened there. Absolutely. The shot heard round the world. That is a great one. I was a little skeptical of the thing. I had in my mind Aaron Rowan the catch, and Henry was right. There are a million good thes out there. All right, you heard Joe. You heard the imitator. You heard David. I don't know. That was a great Robert of Ben Salem imitation yet. Even got that lip smack. This guy must be a professional mimic. He's got to be. We got to probe more deeply.
Dead on.
With Pete in the Southwest, yeah. All right, more calls coming up at 2:30. Steve Feldman, Zionist of America, will be here to break down exactly what's going on here in Philadelphia. And can Democrats use the poison of the anti-Trump stuff, but mix it up to drive their vote out with the poison of Netanyahu? And with that, they get their younger voters out. They're enraged, tick-tocked up to come out and vote in the midterms. All Republicans need is a counter. I mean, the playing field is almost a home court advantage here. And I'm not hearing it yet. You know, I know we're waiting. We didn't even hear yet when the midterm convention's going to be. I think it's going to be in Dallas. I'm not sure when. And maybe we'll get a better message, something to run. I mean, look, get Newt Gingrich involved. The contract with America, that was genius. Remember that? Just putting out those principles of Democrats. Oh, man, we're against all that. We can't say it. We're not doing any of that stuff. But the Chris Rabb thing not only had the Trump dementia, the Inquirer go there and fight Trump. It had the Hassan Piker stuff going on. Now, that may only be in their safer districts, but we'll see. Can they tap into that? Would they dare? You're going to see them start to play around with that more. Massey, that's what Massey was running on, again in Kentucky. Now, he got dumped. And that's why I think Trump today brought up Netanyahu again and said, no, we're not following what Netanyahu says to do here. He's a partner, but we're the senior partner. All right, let's talk Dr. Bentz for a moment. Dr. Bentz just told me yesterday of a great new patient, Eileen, big listener from Plymouth meeting. Yeah, and he said, yes, I'm doing her work and all. She's talking about the Dom Giordano show. I love that. Mouth work, and you talk about the big talker. You talk about talk radio. Thank you, Eileen, for that, during that with Dr. Bentz. And I'm so glad that Eileen is with Dr. Bentz. My experience, she's in great hands, dozen years with Dr. Bentz. That meant a couple cleanings twice a year for year after year after year. But, you know, wear and tear, you end up with an issue. Everybody does in some way, no matter what your care is. I had an implant done last year, went perfectly, dental implant. And what started as a minor discomfort for you or cosmetic wear can quickly require more advanced care. And that's where Dr. Bentz really shines. So if you are wanting that kind of expertise, you're making the right decision like Eileen did to go to Dr. Bentz. My friends at the Bentz Dental Group, board-certified prosthodontists, two of them, Dr. Robert Bentz and his daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, specialize in advanced and complex care. They see cases like mine every day. They understand how to treat not just the symptoms. The team delivers precise, accurate diagnosis from the very beginning. There's no guesswork. They build customized treatment plans designed specifically for you, protecting your overall dental health for the future. So if your dental needs have grown beyond just cleanings, you want a dentist, you want this expert guidance and care, Bentz Dental Group is ready to help. You're ready for that expert care and the smile that you've always wanted. Call them at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Hold up one second, Henry. The DOJ has just indicted Cuban President Raul Castro, and it's for murder. Long overdue. I mean, how many murders? But, I'm getting we're already with Iran here. The midterms are on the horizon. Is this the time to be doing this? My answer would be honestly to you, no, not now. 855-839-1210. You can get in. More coming up with Dom.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You already know how much I love my Chapman windows, doors, and siding, but did you know they also repair screens? And right now, they have some fantastic spring specials going on. Screen repairs start at just $30. When you repair 3 screens, you get 1 free. Mix and match window and patio door screens. Save hundreds with Chapman's in-home special right now, covering up to 30 screens for just $1,500. Or you can drop off your screens at their Westchester showroom and they'll have them ready for you for pickup, up to 30 screens for just $750. Whether they come to you or you come to them, Chapman's team handles everything with incredible care and precision. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Call or text 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Today will be the last day with 90-degree temperatures in the forecast for a while. Skies partly sunny with the chance for some late-day strong storms. High 95, the record high is 94. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some showers and storms during the evening, low near 60. And for Thursday, a much cooler day, clouds with some showers around, and a high 65.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right. Usually I'm the anti-conspiracy guy, but this one smells a little bit. So we played you earlier this morning. Jackie Heinrich, who is the fiance, Trump got it wrong. Brian Fitzpatrick, saying his wife or her husband, asked a question either he didn't like or he said, you know what happens to people that vote against Trump or don't do what Trump wants, like your husband, meaning Brian Fitzpatrick. The Fitzpatrick camp didn't let, and it was a jokey kind of way, didn't let this go by. They reiterated that Brian is a true independent. You know, look, it's hilarious, isn't it, that this guy has us behind the eight ball. Remember that with the Punch Bowl interview? I'm an independent. I don't want to be with these Republicans and all. But a true independent, and he will continue to vote independent no matter the political cost. He did vote against last year's big, beautiful bill. He did vote, the worst vote, Brian, Come on now, buddy. The so-called gender-affirming care. You voted on that side of it. You got to be kidding me. But could this be that this is the old two-step that Trump knew that the Fitzpatrick campaign, and I get it, this allows him to say he's independent here because Trump is not going to be trying to stop Fitzpatrick now. There's no other alternative in this race. We need every seat. I just noticed, though, it's kind of curious choreography in that they were ready to go. He's independent. You know, we hear what President Trump said, but no matter the political costs, we're going to continue to go down there. All right, I do want to talk about this. And let's look in the mirror. Let's have a talk with Dom here. Look, I told you the upside as we churn toward the midterms is looking favorable the last 2 weeks, meaning, and you just heard David in Lexington, just another example. We don't need to be getting engaged with Cuba right now, right? Well, the voters, love this in Florida. We got Florida. Stop worrying about Florida. So I'm looking at Todd Blanche speak on the indictment of Raul Castro. Yes. But, when this is over, track him down to the ends of the earth. One of your first actions once we get past the midterms. Let's have a look. That night we celebrate. We've held the house. Now we're going and getting this guy. I just see this as he's charged with murder, conspiracy to kill. Yeah, around the clock, that's what they were doing. Do we need to be getting involved with Cuba again? Now, with Maduro, it was excellent, although you may remember that one helicopter pilot who was really shot up and had trouble standing at the State of the Union and all that. Blanche saying families have carried grief for 30 years. I get all this. We got to concentrate on getting out of Iran, settling that, and then all energies toward the midterms. And I'm convinced if we could possibly do that, then, the pleas making, before I get ahead of myself, this is about the U.S. doesn't forget its citizens and those murders. So now we're doing this. Again, this is just another detour that we don't need now. We got a good shot, but if we get involved with Cuba, gets kind of messy again. Maduro, thank God, it worked textbook, if that's what we're talking about. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today.
Yeah, so, Robert, I wanted to ask you, do you think it's a good idea? Come on, let's settle Iran first. No more Cuba stuff here.
Yeah, because you don't want to overreach and take on more than is necessary, and especially if it's something that can wait and be dealt with in the next 2 years. But if he can do this with just an indictment, what's the big deal, right?
Well, yes, but there's rumblings of other stuff going on there. You know what I mean?
No,
that we're doing other stuff there, and this is a prelude. Yeah, if it's just the indictment, I'm fine. Anything else, no.
I hear what you're saying, man. I hear the plate is full. But I needed to compliment Pete. I mean, all I did was Joe's greeting, but Pete stayed in character the whole time. It was brilliant, but there was just one thing. At the end, when he said the man who became known as the king, Joe from Exton would have stopped there and left you hanging, wondering if he was done right. But
he went into his own voice. He wanted the enthusiasm to be there, and he went out of character of Joe. It's hard to say in that. Yeah.
But he nailed it, and good luck doing Xenos, Pete. And I totally agreed with Wally. I think the most massive lawfare, political persecution in the history of this country deserves the largest settlement in this country. My only regret is that it's not coming out of the pockets of the clowns that perpetrated that disaster.
And I agree with you, but here's the thing that my criticism of this, Robert, and I'm always going to say this, Wally did it brilliantly. I like the Trump administration. Use him or get out ahead of that. The media is able to run wild with this, saying it's just J6. Wally Zimmerlong just cogently laid it out beautifully. And we know how biased they are, but you got to counter them by being more precise, and he was.
that then he should call into your show, because that's where the Republican talking points play. In the media, he could say it all day long, and the media isn't going to mention it.
Sure.
The media, I mean, he could save a kid from a great white shark, and the next day's headline would be Trump starves wildlife.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, if not Trump, whoever they want at the highest level, I would give them the talk radio hosts across the country to call in, of course, starting here.
Yeah,
and,
that would be
and,
great.
And make their point. Yeah, don't go, I'm on CNN or whatever, or even Fox at times. No, call the top 10 talk stations. You get plenty of time and make the point, and then solidify it with, the friendly media that might follow up on that. The point was brilliant. That's exactly what's happening here, mainly.
And not with proxies yourself.
Yes. Yeah, well, that would be great. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to get to my side answer, Dom. It's a little out of the box and maybe a little before my time, but you might remember it. I'm just kidding.
All right, start that Robert of Ben Salem impression in there again. Let's keep going. Henry, you do Robert of Ben Salem. Give us like 5 seconds.
I don't know if I could.
Come on, you do. Come on, you're a good friend. Yeah, let's hear it.
No, I'm not doing it.
All right. All right. When he's ready, down at Mulligan's after a few vodkas, we're going to have that. Yeah.
No problem. But we've all heard songs that we really liked, and we were surprised to find out that it was actually a remake of a prior song.
Right.
And what I'm talking about is the song Mac the Knife. And that was done by Bobby Darin in 1955, and it won 2 Grammys for him. But it had been adapted by Dizzy Gillespie in the early 50s. It was coined in 1928. And it was based on a play that's 300 years old, Dom. It's 1728. The play is called The Beggar's Opera. That's it. And the main character is a London street criminal named Macheath. And that morphed into Mac the Knife and made Bobby Darin a lot of money 300 years later. But I'll leave it there, man. And I really appreciate the conversation,
Thank
Dom.
you,
You guys
Robert.
have a great one.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mary Ann in Bucks County on the Fitzpatrick watch. I think she's at the Fitzpatrick desk there, the independent desk.
Well, I have to
Mary
tell
Ann.
you,
Yes.
I love your show. I love listening to Robert and all the different people that educate me on different things. Now, last time I called in, you talked me into patience with Fitzpatrick, but I ended up calling his office about him going against the legislation. And while he may not come on your show, he must have someone there that listens to it, because I got 3 calls that day and the next day from that office saying, did I know that he did this? Did I know that he did that? And do I realize how critical the count is in the House? I realize all these things, but 2 things can be true at the same time. I can realize it, vote accordingly, and be sick to death of the man, and that's where I stand.
That's so beautifully put. That is exactly where we are. That is exactly sick to death of this guy.
And I really feel, what a cop-out to say you're an independent. I live in Bucks County now. I'm surrounded. I lived in the Souderton area, like from 1986 on, and I was very lucky in the leaders that were chosen in that community. And I feel like lately everyone has gone crazy. But I had to call in and say I'm still going to take your lead in this, but I can still be disgusted.
I hear you. Disgusted for Fitzpatrick. Wait a minute. Tell Brian, put up that new banner out there. Disgusted for Fitzpatrick. That's who we are. Sick of the man.
I appreciate that. And I want to tell you one last thing, and I'll let you go. There was a talking piece on Cuba yesterday in the news, and it was Dr. Oz discussing how much money people from Cuba were coming here illegally, swindling Medicare, Medicaid with big companies that sent wheelchairs, et cetera. And I'm wondering if part of what you were hearing and seeing today has something to do with the incredibly enormous amount of fraud they found coming from Cuba. So just that thought.
Keep in mind. Thank you, Mary
and
Ann.
thank you for taking my call.
You are welcome. I love your call. Disgusted for Brian. We, the disgusted, realize, and we got a lot of fire, too. Matt Rooney pointed out the double standard in Jersey, and I agree with Matt that you had a lieutenant governor who's deaf, and they wouldn't even say what it was for. I get that. But this guy came. This is a seat we can't afford to lose here. And Mike Johnson saying, I don't know what's going on. 80 days missed or something like that. I mean, gee, the wind is at our back here with what's happened with the Supreme Court and also the redistricting battle. But each one of these races, like the Perry race, Perry is a great guy. He's up against huge money that's being spent. And his opponent is a former TV news person that barely lost the last time. So each race individually. I can't imagine that Bob Harv, DeGrasse Harvey, he is just as tepid as they come, has a real shot against Fitzpatrick, but people out there tell me, yeah, he might. So disgusted for Brian. Brian, we're with you. We're disgusted, but we're with you. I love it. We'll keep that theme up. No, we're not going to ask to come on the show. What good would that do? It just gets into, I'm an independent. But I have to tell you, this stuff with President Trump today saying that to Jackie Heinrich, and then immediately they put out a directive. We are independent of all political and all that, no matter what the cost. Maybe this is Trump's way of helping him get over the finish line, which we all have to do. 855-839-1210. The FBI saying we'll pursue anyone who harms U.S. citizens. All good in regard to Raul Castro. Guys, how about after the midterms? No, can't wait. Got to be doing this now. 855-839-1210.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
It's Tri-County Auto time with new May deals on Toyotas and Jeeps. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across their lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. Ask about their veterans specials. They love veterans at Tri-County. It's their way of saying thank you to those who served our country. Now, if you're ready for your next Jeep, step into a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler with legendary capability. Now leasing for just $392 a month during the Declaration of Deals sales event. Tri-County Jeep has over 25 Jeep Grand Cherokees packed full of savings. Stop by during the Declaration of Deals event and see my great friends over at Tri-County. Look for the gigantic American flag and go on their website at tricounty.com to see all the great specials. King of Prussia, Limerick, Jersey, Philly, the main line, easy to get to from wherever you are. tricounty.com.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 36-month certificate at 3.81% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For more flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Could this year get any worse?
Dom Giordano presents progressive women
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
gone wild.
Yes, I don't have any sound today of this progressive woman running wild, but she is a Democrat, a congressional Democrat candidate. Democrat from Texas, Maureen Galindo, said she would convert an ICE detention center into a prison for American Zionists, writing in a post last week that the center would perform castrations on pedophiles, meaning most of the Zionists. She is a therapist. Why is it always the therapist, the nurse, the therapist, the pre-K teacher? A therapist currently running in the Democrat primary for Texas' newly redrawn 35th congressional district made the pitch for the prison in an Instagram post, attacking her opponent, Johnny Garcia, referring to herself in the third person. She claimed that billionaire Zionists are the problems of all this. Now, look, this woman is the most extreme that's out there, but I've been tapping into this today. They got another thing that's running with this Chris Rabb thing, energy for them, based on real hatred. It's not just Trump derangement syndrome. It's bringing Netanyahu into it, and then sometimes Zionist billionaires. Massey tried to do it. Even last night saying he tried to reach his opponent, but it was hard reaching him in Tel Aviv. Constant. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson just raving anti-Semites, anti-Israel. Trump is following their orders here. That's what's going on. The senator from Florida, Ashley Moody, God, here's her quote. This moment has been decades in the making. This going after Raul Castro and these indictments today. Stop it. One thing here, my one advice, winning. I don't see this as helping us win. We have to hold tyrants accountable. Put it on the list. Let's get past the midterms. All right? And then if you want to move on this, move on it. And we don't have to deal with it until 2028. We can't figure out how to get out of the Iran situation now, which is difficult. Would have said that gone in. These are very difficult things to do. Necessary. It was the right call. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but difficult. But you see where Democrats are going. And the Inquirer egged them on saying, well, I like this part. They're saying now the Democrat establishment in Philadelphia, the liberals, Sherrell Parker and all these others, they're reeling today with these progressives coming at them. The more they fight over this, the more extreme they're going to go. These so-called moderates, who are not moderate, are going to look for issues to ratchet up, to prove themselves to these seething mobs of progressives that are out there. That's good. And they'll keep on pushing each other beyond any kind of boundaries that a reasonable person would vote for. That part is good. But in the midterms, will this help their turnout? In other words, it's not just Trump derangement syndrome, it's Netanyahu derangement syndrome. All right, 855-839-1210. I can feel it. Henry's got a great money melody today. Probably 15-step procedure to get to it.
A lot of those, I'll say that much.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay. And we have Steve Feldman, Zionist of America, coming up. But watch this as the other play on the Democrat side. And it's fraught with peril for them because of how insane and how far they'll go. Their willing henchmen in the media, though, like the Inquirer, are not going to remind people, as I will, of Hassan Piker. That's who you're with, Hassan Piker. It doesn't get any worse than that. It doesn't get any more un-American, inhumane. Hey, Inquirer, ask Hassan Piker about his dog. See, if I were running against Chris Rabb, or if I ever get him, I'm going to ask him about Hassan Piker's dog and what he thinks about that. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Dr. Anthony Fauci. 6 years later, millions of people are dead, trillions of dollars were spent, our civil liberties were shredded by mandates and lockdowns. The man at the center of it all has never faced a single consequence. He's a doctor. He only wants to do what's best for you. Doctors have egos. Doctors like to make a lot of money. And when you've been in charge of whatever you've been in charge of going back almost 4 decades, you start to walk around like your you-know-what doesn't stink, and anybody that questions you is beneath you. Remember the arrogance of this guy?
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
I've been working with the team at Lexus at Cherry Hill for over 10 years now, and they just helped me get into my beautiful new white RX 350. I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous. The ride is smooth and quiet, and the entire experience at Lexus at Cherry Hill is always first class. From sales to finance, they treat you like family, and they make the whole process easy. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and you can truly feel the difference. If you're thinking about a new car, visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
All right, it is Dom time. You talk about, and Henry, I think you mentioned the phrase, the bias by omission. And all the years I've been in talk radio, that's one of the biggest biases. It's not what people say. There can be bias that way, but at least it's something you can challenge. It's when the newspaper of record, the Inquirer, omits it. They've written thousands of words now about Chris Rapp in the last 24 hours. They're going to write 10,000 more. It's down the memory hole. George Orwell, call your office. Hassan Piker comes to town. No mention of that. No mention of his influence with the people that turned out to vote for Chris Rapp. No mention of that. They're all talking around the subject, progressives versus the establishment. No. It's Jewish hatred. It's anti-Semitism. It's anti-Israel. It's Netanyahu derangement syndrome. Trump, this used to happen with Bush. Trump is evil. He's controlling everything in the world. But now, think of this theory, Netanyahu's controlling Trump. And the Zionist billionaires, whoever they might be, are doing this. And the only Jewish organization I can turn to that's speaking out and going down Broadway, pushing back on this, are Zionists of America. Steve Feldman will be here at 2:30. I don't hear the others. I don't hear them going after the real head of the snake here, the Philadelphia Inquirer, who endorsed this guy. Why do they endorse him? They want to send him to Washington, another member of the squad. He'll be pugnacious, the most pugnacious against Trump. Hey, Inquirer, admit to your readers. Yeah, he hates Trump too. So do those mobs. But this is even better. This has even more conspiracy. He's going to be pugnacious against Benjamin Netanyahu. That's what these people want. That's what got the juices flowing. Not about he's Medicare for all and all that nonsense. Any number of them they could throw in there, any Marxist imaginable. He's a Democrat socialist, meaning probable sympathy with Marxism. But really, I don't think he's as interested in that as he is attacking Jews and attacking Israel and telling us lies about Gaza and everything else. That's what's fueling. And Chestnut Hill's involved, too. They're part of the area where this vote happened. On the good news front, and I've been texting him, but I think he's sleeping on a plane right now, the great Scott Presler won a seat from Beaver County on the state committee, Republican state committee. He was the number one vote getter. And John Alante McCauley acquitted himself very well. He didn't win. Henry, is he set for tomorrow?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. All right. I know he's got a lot of work stuff and all that, but usually Thursdays. Hopefully, if not in person, we get him on the phone. City Council is not meeting tomorrow. Why? Well, they had an election on Tuesday. Oh, they're so worn out. They can't even hold a weekly council meeting. We have 57. Wouldn't you think people in Philadelphia would pay attention to this? Guy Shiroki's asked this question all the time. Guy, if you happen to be listening, I don't want to make a big thing, but if you happen to be listening, you call in for a minute. He writes about their budget. I think it's under $5 billion, right around that. Why in the world can't they provide cooling systems of one sort or another? 57 of their schools are closed down with a $5 billion budget. They can't, well, they're not closed, Dom. It's virtual learning day. By the way, what is that term that they use? Something about synchronicity, asynchronicity, and all that. You know what? You can't use that anymore, you fraud merchants. You can't go Latin or whatever you think it is. Just say, we're going virtual. You know what that means, kids? Take your Chromebook home. Oh, come on. And the Upper Darby schools are also virtual today. Another fraudulent school district, as we've documented many times. I don't know of others local. I don't see the Catholic schools shutting down. I don't know if they all have air conditioning. I'm sure the nuns would open the windows and say, that's it. Now let's learn.
That's how it used to be.
Yeah, exactly. Henry, did Radnor had,
when I went to Shanahan, they had air conditioning, but grade school, no. It was open the windows and blast the fans.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not incredibly comfortable. I get it.
No.
And if we're in the middle of July or something like that, even I would say, all right, this is difficult. But the years that I was still teaching before I did this, the only place you could go literally was the library. No place else was air conditioned. Well, I think the principal's office. Not the classrooms, though. And this would start like in May through June 15th or 18th, and you just went to school, and that was it. Now, some of these buildings are ancient. But did they really try? They got Jalen Hurts. I think it was $250,000 or something, maybe even more. He contributed just so they'd be able to do this. They don't try, and they've been given a new out by the state government post-COVID, which is, well, we're going to go virtual today. That does two things. One, it lets them put a day up there, and it bothers kids when it comes to a nice snowstorm where they can go out and play. They ought to be allowed to do that. You shouldn't be virtual. We learned, didn't we, during the Zoom era, during COVID? Isn't that one of the things that set parents off? How ridiculous what was going on was. The alleged teaching that was going on during that period virtually. How it doesn't work. It's fraudulent. in the direst of emergency. But this isn't dire. This gives them an out. An Upper Darby, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And the superintendent can come on. A guy writes about this, slightly under $5 billion. Where does all that money go? Does anybody ever go through this point by point by point and say, no, we think it's more important that the heating and cooling of that school be very much in demand? All right, 855-839-1210. You can get in. By the way, I mentioned this earlier. The finale, it's draining on, of Colbert happening. And one of the things he made his mark for that he milked, and I remember it as the turnaround. It wasn't comedy. It was like a lecture every night. He was the ultimate collusion, Russian collusion comedian. He was the biggest guy in America on that. He went to that relentlessly. Now, here in Philadelphia, you may remember I mock all the time that misspelled ad that was out there, Miners for Trump are going to be meeting at Marconi Plaza. Remember that? And apparently the Russians may have put that up on Facebook, or somebody affiliated did that. Blaming the 2016 win on the Russians versus Hillary Clinton, etc. And the collusion part of this, and I'm not even going to say or try to, I'm not going to work myself out to just cover for Colbert what he said about Putin and Trump and the relationship and the holster and all that. That got him on the front page with these maniacs. And a lot of this stuff wasn't even an attempt to be comedic. It was like a dry lecture every night on collusion, the Russian collusion thing. One of the biggest, would the Russians like to do? Sure they would, and the Chinese and the Iranians and all that. But they're unable to face. Now, how do they don't want to say that Kamala Harris was fatally flawed. How did Trump win the next time? And not only win, the all-time thing that I still am amazed by, Trump won the popular vote in 2024. That is beyond remarkable. Just as remarkable as anything that I can think of. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom.
Good afternoon, Joe.
It's good to talk to you guys today. Dom, in the immortal jingle of Money Melody, I have a question for the Philly School District. Where has all the money gone?
Thank you. But, Joe, it just doesn't come up with all these hearings, et cetera. I mean, line by line, it's close to $5 billion. And every second we're hearing about we can't cool the school or heat the school.
Sounds like fraud to me. How about you?
Yeah, exactly. Again, I used to know it, Joe. But Republicans are not good at it. They let them get away with it, Joe. Was on a call with Tom Corbett then when Philadelphia said it didn't have toilet paper and Corbett wasn't doing anything about it. You know what you and I would have done. We would have gotten a truckload with pallets and be wheeling it into each school. Here, Philadelphia was selling toilet paper that they couldn't use online, and they were complaining that kids can't go to the bathroom. Republicans got to go after them.
Don, we would have had a fundraiser out at Piazza Honda.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, toilet paper.
Hey, I hope the left enjoys what they got in the form of Philly, New York, and Chicago. You got your one-party system. Let's see how it works, guys.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have Pritzker out there today, Joe, and I misread the headline. It said Pritzker goes after the mayor, who was probably the worst in America, because he can't do anything about the Bears. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, do they want Bears? Here it was, the Chicago Bears. But you're starting to see, guys, this Pritzker guy is getting a little bit. He realizes going after the socialist mayor of Chicago is a good play for him.
It wasn't the Chicago Bears, or is it the...
I thought it was real Bears. No, it was Chicago Bears. Because, Joe, if that were the real Bears, I would have done a half hour on that today. Easily a half hour.
Oh, yeah. What, are they swimming out of Lake Michigan?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Boy, when it comes down to it, they know how to save their own butt and not be accountable for anything else.
Yeah, exactly right, Joe. What's your side today?
Well, Dom, I'm going to be a little self-deprecating today, and I'd be willing to venture that we make up at least half of your viewership and audience. You guys on your side of the river know where to go to party, whether it's the Jug, the Grand, the Summer White House, or the Farley Service Center, and that is New Jersey, the armpit of America.
Nicely played. Thank you, Joe. Good one. Yes, the Jug Handle, the Farley, and, of course, the Summer White House. I haven't heard from Johnny if we have new state shirts this year. Last year, it was the tropical look. If you haven't gotten your shirt from him, they're still available at Mulligan's. They're still on sale. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Again, I'm looking at the Moody, the senator now from Florida, saying we have to hold tyrants accountable. Yeah, again, you were inching toward more action with Cuba. We don't need to be getting involved with Cuba now. You know that, and I know. Families have waited for justice for 30 years. Got it. That's all out there. It's starting to, and again, do we want to kidnap Raul Castro? Let's say the upside of that, and we bring him to justice. All right, that's all great. We got the Cubans. They have no place else to go in Florida. We got Florida. Anything could go wrong with that. I don't think the Cubans are going to be as easy as the Venezuelans to reach in and snatch him. But it's more than that. They have drones. We know about drone warfare. We know that Ukraine has fought off the Russians fairly effectively with that. We don't want to go down this path. And you feel the pain of these families that Fox News is interviewing right now in Miami. But again, the driving force now has to be focused on Iran, get out of there, and then focus on the midterms. There's a good shot, based upon the developments the last couple of weeks, to win the midterms. This stuff is a big distraction. Right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, Henry's got the, we're playing for that giant coffee table book, a copy of Letters to Trump book. I read them out when we had Don Jr. here. They are hilarious at what people said about Oprah, Baldwin, all these people. Interesting. And then when he got elected or he ran, they went after him. So, Henry, what do we have today that we're looking for?
Yeah, Dom. So, side question today, we're asking for those the names, whether that's in a moment,
yes,
whether that's a person, whether it's a famous, whatever. Anything the. So, today I'm going to play you a cover of The Beatles and one of their hit songs, Here Comes the Sun.
Okay.
I want to know the name of this band that begins with the. I want to know who is covering the Beatles here. Something about this band. It is an all-female lineup. So that narrows it down, I think, a little bit. So, yeah, I want to know the name of the band you're going to hear right here. Want to know the name of the band?
I will excuse the cover there. That song is so great, it makes the cover inconsequential, but almost sacrilegious, Porter, there. That song to me, just in few words, captures everything in you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's like trying to imitate Joe Vexton. Just can't be done. Although, Pete, let's hope he doesn't signal on one of us now. Kirk might be next.
I know.
That he imitates.
It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. Can anybody imitate Alante Macaulay?
That's tall order.
When he states his name at the beginning at City Council, like he's being sworn into office. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with your answer, and you will get this great Trump book. It goes on a coffee table. It's a conversation piece. You open it up, and you read these letters. You cannot believe it. 855-839-1210.
Horizon Home Services is here to make taking care of your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems feel as simple as waving a wand with Comfort 360, the whole home protection membership. For just $19.99 a month, make getting maintenance, repairs, and replacements easier with 2 HVAC tune-ups a year and waived diagnostic fees with repairs. Plus, members get exclusive savings like 15% off any service. No magic spells required. Live comfortably ever after with Comfort 360. Learn more at horizonservices.com/comfort360.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hey, it's Nick. Transform any living space for summer, indoors or out during the Memorial Day sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Their showroom is filled with high quality, built-to-last furniture, and I love the incredible variety. No matter your style, you will find beautiful pieces for every room in your home, plus a huge selection of patio and sunroom furniture. Save 20 to 50% store-wide. The sale runs now through the 31st, so don't miss it. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders.com or their huge showroom in Hatfield. Tell them Nick sent you. Hey, it's Nick Cale here. As you know, my teammates from the Piazza Auto Group now include 2 Infiniti dealerships, Ardmore and Westchester. Infiniti has a new star player in their lineup, the all-new 2027 QX65. This luxury crossover is sporty, smart, and spacious with bold style and dynamic performance. Take it for a test drive today. More good news, 0% financing for 60 months. That is still available on the award-winning QX60 and QX80 SUVs. Visit Infiniti Ardmore or Infiniti Westchester and tell them Nick sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, let's hear today's clue.
Want this all-female rock band that begins with the.
Let's go to Ed in the Pennsauken on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Ed. What's your answer today?
The Runaways.
All righty. Nicely played. A little more background on them, Henry?
Yeah, one of the first all-female rock groups of all time, led by Joan Jett. I just found this cover to be very interesting. I was looking through a lot of the bands, the songs, things like that, and I figured, I can get from the to the by using The Runaways.
All right. Nicely played. And that book, we'll have it again tomorrow, and I think Friday from Farley. The Trump book is a big hit. You'll love it. Whether you have a coffee table or not, Kramer will help you with that. It would be the ultimate coffee table book if you enjoy just seeing these household names gush over Trump and then later what they said about him. I'm looking at this guy, Chris Rabb, bloviating with the media last night, what this election was all about, saying that very important thing happened in Philadelphia now, progressive politics, and I think a lot of people responsible for these results. They've been building political power on the left and economic populism and all that. No, buddy. You're not getting by Dom with that. The secret sauce is Netanyahu derangement syndrome, TikTok, Jew hatred, Israel hatred. That's what gets him going. This guy's going to go there. And Trump hatred. It's not all your economic populism and Medicare for all and all these things. It's Hassan Piker. That's what it is. How's Hassan Piker left out of the Inquirer coverage? They're the ones that endorsed him, and then they wrote, Hassan Piker's coming to town. How does that get left out? Imagine some right-wing maniac like that in a race here, and then we won. Do you think the coverage would be economic populism? So I'm not sure. I haven't seen, where Bob Brooks is against Ryan McKenzie here locally. Could there be a driver of all this anti-Israel stuff with that? How about over in Jersey, the Tom Kaine race that worries me? We get Perry on, Scott Perry. He's a supporter of Israel. Is that something you can't be? Because the media is not going to call them out for what they are. Or is it just a thing confined to Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill, and places like that? And Chestnut Hill, you really ought to be ashamed of yourself. Man, you heard a pickleball sound and 300 of you came out demanding that stop. Imagine if there were real crime coming up Germantown Avenue in Chestnut Hill. They're insulated from it. They're getting off by dabbling with these radicals, including a guy in Chris Rabb that just in the last couple weeks voted to not up the penalties on sex trafficking. Yeah, that's right, because he doesn't like mass incarceration, and made this plea to Josh Shapiro to release Mumia Abu-Jamal, whom he calls a freedom fighter. These people are warped. They're juiced up for these midterms. And in the suburbs, it's kind of like a lighter version of it, but pretty much the same mentality. They want to get at Trump, but they want to get at Netanyahu, too. Michael in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. And Christos Anesti to you and to your fans and to your family. We're gonna keep that going for another 45 days. And Dom, the Greeks created the word "the" back in Athens for my ancestors.
Beautifully done. I heard a little bit of Joe of X and Enzinos in there. Yeah, it was quite a mixture. I didn't notice the next time the lip licking at a certain point there of Joe of Exon, though. That was the cat. Beautifully done.
Nice.
Thank you, my good sir. Dom, real quick, just a couple quick comments.
Yeah.
I think, yesterday we got a good pulse check of what the country is kind of leaning from Kentucky to PA to Georgia. I think it was a really good kind of pulse check. And to your point, I am so shocked but not surprised at what happened in PA, especially in the Philadelphia districts. This guy, Chris Rabb, just before you brought me on the phone, really not surprised at all with places like Chestnut Hill, considering, who lives there and that, because I know that area very, very well. It just seems like these areas are getting more and more radical, and it doesn't matter who would have been running in these districts. They would have chosen the most radical person because it's so much hatred and anti-Trump.
Yeah, well, and I think it's anti-Trump without a doubt. But in this, the secret sauce is that anti-Semitism, anti-Netanyahu brought up continuously with this guy, Michael. And again, the Philadelphia Inquirer is the real root of all evil here. They didn't even mention today this list of who endorsed him, et cetera. Hassan Piker's down the memory hole. It's 1984.
Yeah, and they're never going to anymore, Dom. I mean, the Philadelphia Inquirer is a sham of what it used to be. It used to be somewhat of a decent newspaper, but it has swung so far left. And I don't know what their whole agenda is, but it seems like they just go right along with how radical Philadelphia is.
They said it in their editorial.
They
said that they wanted to send Chris Rabb because democracy's at stake, and he's, quote, the most pugnacious, to your point, to take on Trump. So all the other baggage is okay. All the other stuff is fine.
Yeah, just like this guy up in Maine, this Nazi guy, I forget his name, and they just were saying what else he was doing behind. I can't mention on the radio, and I'm sure you know it, but I cannot believe where some of these communities and some of these states are still supporting some of these people. It's really mind-boggling to me. But want to get to my side real quick, a little bit outside the box. I was telling Kirk a little bit outside the box, but it's basically anytime anyone, including me, I hear the phrase "we need to talk," comes the silence. The silence. That is my side, Dom. The silence.
That is a beautiful therapeutic thing. Uh-oh. How many times do they use that in Seinfeld? George alone. Uh-oh. That's like a constant phrase throughout there. And if they say sit down and talk, it's even more. Oh, man. All right, here he is. He's imitating himself today, I guess. Zenos in Upper Darby. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom, and how you doing? And I like the gentleman before you. He did say it good. He said Christos Anesti. That was great for an outsider to say that. But tomorrow is the holy ascension into heaven, and Sunday is the Pentecost, and we're done with Christos Anesti, and we go back to Yasu.
Okay, Yasu. By Chow, yes, Zenos, yes.
That's the new one. That was great. I almost forgot about that, so I had to add that on there. Dom, I'm going to go to the side question. Maybe I can make a comment on that Rob guy, whatever his name is. Mine has to be, and I use it here, I've used it many times on your show, is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Sometimes when we talk about the United States, we have good stuff and bad stuff, and that's what my side answer today is: the good, the bad, and the ugly. And people use that. Plus, that was a great movie anyway. That was a great movie. And my little comment is this guy, Rob, I was listening to him talk last night. And you know what, Don, before I go up, I have to agree with Robert. It looks very good for us. It looks very good for us in this coming election in November. I think it does, and I'm on Robert's camp with that. But this guy, Rob, what I got out of his speech is that I hate Jews. I support Iran. I support Hamas. I support those other terrorists. I support Red China. That's what I got from him, Dom. And God help us. I just hope he's a one-term guy.
Thank you, Zenos, very much. All right. And I think you liked the impression there, although he clarified it a little bit. We're coming to the end of the 45. Pentecost is next. No, I like yesterday, keep one eye open and a crucifix on your chest about the women we were talking about. The crucifix on your chest. All righty. It is 855-839-1210. Steve Feldman, Zionist of America, is next. Where are, other than Steve and his group, where are the people who consistently push back what is just garden variety, anti-Israel to the extreme, anti-Netanyahu derangement syndrome, and anti-Semitism? I think that's what we're seeing exhibited blatantly step by step here. Steve is next on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk for a moment, though, first. Are you sick of prices constantly rising, especially in some of your basic health essentials? Well, you're not alone, and Rescue is doing something about it. This Memorial Month, Rescue Natural Supplements is featuring huge rollback prices on all their products, from cholesterol and metabolic support to their best-selling high-intensity omega-3s. What's more, you can actually stack your savings. When you buy 2 or more bottles, you'll get bonus bottles for free. Go to res-q.com to shop these deals, stock up on your favorites, or try something new that fits your health goals. Rescue products are meticulously crafted, rigorously tested, and rooted in the belief that wellness should be personal, effective, and grounded in science. So what are you waiting for? Stack up those savings with major rollback prices on top of Memorial Month deals site-wide. Shop today at res-q.com or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Now's the best time to put your health first and start feeling better. Here's what to do. Just go to res-q.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Searching for a new path to wellness. Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Weather, sponsored by Uber.
Today will be the last day with 90-degree temperatures in the forecast for a while. Skies partly sunny with the chance for some late-day strong storms. High 95, the record high is 94. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some showers and storms during the evening, low near 60. And for Thursday, a much cooler day, clouds with some showers around and a high 65.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Before we go to Steve Feldman, a couple on Twitter that are just great. The Ukraine. I still call it the Ukraine. I know you're not allowed to say it anymore. It's Ukraine. Not sure when that stopped. And the other, one of the most regrettable phrases out there, rather than my wife, the wife. Oh, every time I hear that, it's brutal.
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Not a good look. Steve Feldman, Executive Director of Zionist of America, with us here, and then your calls in the lightning round, et cetera, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Steve, welcome in the morning of the afternoon of the afternoon after. Your sense of what we saw play out yesterday, particularly here in Philadelphia.
First of all, good afternoon, Dom, to you and your audience, and I thank you for having me back on and as representing the Greater Philadelphia chapter of the Zionist Organization of America. Yesterday, what we woke up to, or those who stayed up late and saw the results in real time, is kind of a warning, or the alarm clock, or whatever analogy you want to make, because people are not paying attention to the process, to what's going on. I don't know if civics is not being taught anymore, or those of my generation, your generation, forgot our civics lessons and the whole process. ZOA is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization. But when there are people who are not what we all think of as traditional Democrats, President Kennedy, Scoop Jackson, there's names from history. And they get into that party and run under that party's banner in a primary, but they're really not of that party. They don't share the values of the party. There's a problem for the people in that party, both the leadership of that party and the voters or members of that party. And the fact that this particular candidate and the people behind him, there's two entities. A lot of people are talking about the Democratic Socialists of America, but they're not talking as much about the Working Families Party, which has two members of Philadelphia City Council already and a number of state reps in Harrisburg. So when he won, he not only won the primary, he defeated a former Pennsylvania chair of the party. He defeated the endorsement of the current city party chair and the mayor. Meanwhile, the third candidate in that race was endorsed by two sitting members of the House from our region. So their endorsement didn't seem to work, nor did the endorsement of the current holder of that House seat who endorsed the third candidate. And so it really is a fact of people not paying attention, not understanding the process, and not making sure that their party is what their party is, not what what hijackers want to do to a party.
Let me cut to the chase. So the religious intolerance, call it what you will here. This is the secret sauce. This is what is fueling it. We know about the Trump juices flowing, but I maintain there's another derangement syndrome. That's Netanyahu. A derangement syndrome, and just a mere mention of that. And you, last time you were on, Stanford, the doctor who was seen as a hero doctor, they went after her, and she defended that AIPAC, American Israeli PAC, they can contribute money just like any other ethnic group or any other religious group in America. What's the big deal? And for that, she was immediately cast away from that hero status. They want to go after Israel, not just Trump. That's what fuels the juices here. It's not economic populism. It's something a lot worse.
Look, it's open, unbridled Jew hatred that Jew haters cloak in anti-Israel or anti-Zionist or anti-Netanyahu. I guarantee you that 99.9% of people condemning Netanyahu have no idea what he represents or anything of the sort. Most people don't even know where Israel is or why there is an Israel or the history, whether it's international history dating back to 1920 when the League of Nations recognized the need to reestablish the Jewish state of Israel, or from the Bible and Torah. Okay, that's how far back it goes. So when people invoke Netanyahu or Zionism or Israel to attack Jews, they think they're being cunning, they think they're being clever, but it really is a reflection of the lack of education among the American public, frankly, and the laziness and corruption of the media, where a lot of people still get their information and news, and parties and candidates and others take advantage of the combination of hatred and ignorance to seize upon quote-unquote Netanyahu, quote-unquote Israel. But rational people who understand contemporary events and history understand. First of all, Netanyahu has been elected multiple times in what is the most robust democracy in the world. I mean, there's like 30 parties that run. It's a parliamentary system. They've got to put together coalitions with other parties. So it's not the fact that he is the prime minister again, and he's the longest-serving prime minister. That's because of a process. Israeli politics are extremely complex, way over the heads of most Americans, where we have a two-party system, and it's not parliamentary. You understand that. This is not the time for a lesson in political systems. And the same with Israel. You know, they blame Israel. Again, there's propaganda on social media. There's laziness and propaganda and corruption in most news outlets. And so people hear these things, or a candidate spouts this thing, and people don't know any better. You know, people, it's a basic human instinct to have resentment, to have hatred. A lot of it happens to be directed at the Jewish people. But this does not only impact Jews, as you and your audience knows. When socialists get in, when candidates who are outright liars or incite hatred against anybody get into office, that's a problem for the entirety of society.
Absolutely. And look, you've done great work all the years that I've known you. Philadelphia Public Schools, just a cauldron of this sort of stuff that's anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, people in key positions. Steve, one parting question, though. We have any number of people here. Jamie Raskin was one, prominent figures who are Jewish by self-identification. A lot of voters, I believe, over in Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill, and the like. What in the world is your sense that they're not seeing what you and I see is going on here, that they go along with this? Do they see it and they still can vote for this?
I think there is a stew of ingredients that when put together in the cooking pot or whatever your analogy or metaphor is, they come to a conclusion that the rest of us don't quite understand. I don't understand how somebody wants to harm themselves. How does somebody who is diabetic eat a box, a dozen donuts every day? How does somebody with lung cancer keep lighting up cigarettes? You know, it's the same question. There's something wrong. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't understand it. Part of it is what I said about the misinformation, and a lot of Jews have a misunderstanding of Judaism. I know that's a powerful statement to make, but it's true. There's a misunderstanding, and that goes across the spectrum within Judaism, religiously, from the left to the right. It's a very deep problem that can be solved through education, and there are elements in the Jewish community that are trying to educate Jews. Thank God for that. But there's also a twisted priorities. You know, if you're buying that dozen donuts because you like the owner of the donut shop and you're eating them and killing yourself, well, you know, maybe you need to take care of your own health instead of helping the bottom line of the donut shop owner.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, it's that kind of a thing.
Steve, where do we find Zionists of America? Where do we go?
Thank you. So the Zionist Organization of America could be reached locally at philly.zoa.org. That's our website. And email is the word office@zoaphilly.org outside of the immediate Philly area. The website is zoa.org, and email is info@zoa.org. And I thank you all, as always. You don't realize how special you are to bring these issues to the forefront of your audience. It's very important, and I thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Same thing. We'll catch up soon. All right, lightning round is next. Got some unbelievable ones on Twitter. Can you match that? Hit us with that all-time coming off the catch. Henry was right on this one. They are bountiful. I didn't think there'd be this many good ones, and we have an escalation in the arms race of imitating fellow callers, which is always welcome here. I think you ought to try to imitate Henry next. I think there's enough fodder. Leave me and Kirk out of this.
Exactly right.
He's a guy to imitate now.
I don't think anyone's ever imitated me ever.
Oh, boy. Don't say that.
Peter Southwest. I'm inviting a world of pain right now.
He's pacing back and forth at all. Peter Southwest is drawing up something.
Yep.
855-839-1210. Get in on the lightning round. Hit us with that all-time
Kale and Company weekday mornings mornings, 6 till 10.
Just to point out how great this show is, Dawn Stenzel, Greg Stocker, everybody involved. We are crushing it in the YouTube game.
Thank you for making us the #1 viewed news talk show in Odyssey.
And if you ever miss the show, you can always get the podcast on iTunes, where we have a 4.9 out of 5. Vicky Herz, Herz, says, the only podcast that truly feels like a family, especially when you watch on YouTube.
Aww.
They tell the truth, they debate.
And we fight.
And most of all, they start at 6 a.m.
Wow.
Thankfully, with the podcast, I can listen anytime.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EARN to borrow up to $10,000.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. The all-time "the" is what we're looking for. Get your name into the hat, and it has been fierce today. By the way, a possible future side question. Anniversary of the high heel today. A day that shall live forever as one of the greatest all-time small inventions. Was it a French guy? Do you know the ethnic background? They invented the bikini. I don't know if they invented the high heel.
Oh, I don't know either.
Yeah, well, I need more detail on that from some. I'm sure somebody out there will know it. And yes, thank you for the fact checkers. It is not the 109th anniversary of the birth of JFK. Maybe Chris Plan, who I read from Twitter, put that up. He was making a point. He has on Twitter a picture of JFK and Lee Harvey Oswald and says the Democrat Party today is closer to Oswald than to JFK with all this assassin talk and everything else. So what? Maybe he was born later in May. The point is out there. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on the lightning round. All right, Earl, what's yours today?
I'd like to change my answer. Dave took part of my answer, so
sure.
And I can't do a impression. So I'm just going to give an answer. Domenico Theotokopoulos was a famous painter, sculptor, and architect during the Spanish Renaissance. And in 1577, he went and he moved to Spain. And he always signed his work Crease, the Cretan, because he was from Crete. However, the Spanish called him El Greco, the Greek, which also brings to mind Xenos, the Greek, and Drew, the half-Greek.
Sure, Drew will be signing that. Here is Drew, the half-Greek. Hey, Drew in Upper Darby. Where else? Welcome. What do you have today?
Hey, Dom, thank you, and thanks to Earl. I'll tell you what, Dom, whoever did
invent the bikini and the high heels, I'd sure like to buy them a beer, man.
Oh, yeah, we would have them over. That's why I'm trying to track down that inventor. I know the French, Geinrich, I think Gein, or something like that. Rudy was the bikini, but the high heel, we got to track that one.
That's cool. Hey, Dom, the only man-made structure that you can see from the moon is the Great Wall of China. Thanks, Dom.
Thank you very much. Yep. You don't. Yeah, that gets great. You don't say Great Wall of China. It's the Great Wall of China. Yeah, the wall.
Is that fact true? I know it's been
too good to check.
Forever,
I think I know it's been
true?
said forever. What else do you think we'd see? The Grand Canyon, maybe.
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah,
Something
I mean,
else.
we went to the Grand Canyon, and I casually asked someone, well, what if you want to go around it? How long would that take? He looked at me, are you nuts? I think it's 196 miles or something. Too good to check. Don't be checking that at home, kids. Bill in Bucks, which is Fitzpatrick land. Hey, Bill, welcome in.
Hi there, Dom. Interesting night last night. Governor Shapiro was in Warminster at the Fuse at 8 o'clock, where he did that Bucks County rally. And all the Democrats were at the Fuse, and as you know, it's located. I think you've been there.
Oh yeah, I did an event with somebody there. Yeah, for Politics and Pints. And Bill, is it true that Harv DeGrasse Harvey played Taylor Swift as it is introductory to accept the nomination last night?
Well, sure.
Shake it up,
yeah. He was there along with
yes.
all the state reps, everybody.
Yeah.
All who's who of the Democrat Party of Bucks County was there last night.
Oh my God.
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I just saw it on YouTube.
Okay.
But yeah. And by the way, last week during the Bucks County Republican Committee reception in Ivyland, which is 2 miles up the road from the Fuse, with Stacey Garrity, Brian Fitzpatrick was not there.
Well, he's an independent. He's with the punch bowl, guys. Brian Fitzpatrick loves the punch bowl. Bill, what's your answer?
Right. My answer is a three-time heavyweight boxing champion who's originally known as Cassius Clay, and his real name lately was called, in the words of Howard Cosell, would be the greatest, which was Muhammad Ali.
That's a good one, yes. Only one greatest you put with that. That has stuck. Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Gary, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pull a Earl from Tacony and switch up my answer because I believe it's the best, greatest double album of all time, and I'm gonna sing about something. We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. Teacher, leave them kids alone. That would be The Wall by Pink Floyd.
Very nice. I would say Upper Darby has a sign outside saying the same thing. We don't need no education. We're virtual today. Good night, everybody. All right.
Was that Gary in Newtown or was that Joe of Columbus?
That was.
Oh, no.
They're all intersecting
exactly
here.
Right.
Okay, Kirk, who did you like today?
I'm going with a lot of those. So that'll be Zeno's with the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Okay. Henry, how about you?
Let's see. The calls I like best today, I think Joe in Columbus with the places all across the armpit that WPHT
was
frequents.
well done, yes.
As well as Michael and Wilmington's with the silence. And then, I like Bill of Buck's answer of the greatest, Muhammad Ali.
I like Bill with Bucks today, too. The
Yeah.
greatest is one we didn't hit, and there's only one guy that has stuck to. You say that, and everybody still should know. It might fade a little bit. It's a little bit older, but, yeah, that's who it matches up with. By the way, the guy that's going to give the Democrats most trouble, this planter guy in Maine, is all-time material. My God. But Tony Bruno's got 4 big hours, I believe, again today.
Is my mic on here?
Yes.
It's on.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm going to make it, Dom.
Okay.
I'm a battered performer today.
Okay, play it hurt.
I may have to
Okay.
make a call to the bullpen.
All right. I don't know.
I got a
who'll be
parking
there.
ticket this morning when I came in to do the morning show, $51. Now I just parked again and don't know if my car is going to be towed. I don't know.
Okay.
All the proceeds that I've made this week are going to the Philadelphia Parking Authority so that we can get damn air conditioning in the public schools.
Well put. Well, there's a show right there. So, Tony, be watching that car. I'll check it out. Where is it parked? In
It's
downtown?
all the way on. I think I parked it in 30th Street Station. I don't know. I had to walk a mile, and it's still hot out there, Dom. It's an outrage.
This is a tough job, bro. I tell you what my wife said. Well, Robin does it too. She wouldn't say. You talk for 3 hours a day. Put out the trash. Come on. How tough
No,
is this?
I know, but walking for, you know how far you have to walk to park here?
Oh, yeah, exactly. You're right.
Jeepers. I should have parked in Camden and taken Patco.
That's what producers are for. They should have parked you and then let you come into the
Hey.
building. All right. Tony is next here for 4 big hours. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210. Back tomorrow. We hope to have Alante and others. And Chris Rapp, join the show some studio day with us here on Talk Radio 12.